Hi, Stacey.
Hi, Tyrone.
Am I able to quickly test sharing my screen?
Yep, there you go.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Can
yes,
you let me know? Can you see the pub quiz slide?
yes, very snazzy.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Paula. Hi, Paula. You have your hand up. Oh no, it's gone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, the only reason I had my hand up is because I've gone in through my phone and the laptop and I couldn't work out which was which ID, so that's why I put my hand up so I could work that one out. Oh, good. I'm glad we can hear each other. I'm assuming you've not put music on yet because I can't hear that.
No, not yet. No, I'll
Okay.
start that 1:30ish.
Okay, brilliant. I can hear you fine. You can hear me fine. So I'm going to switch my camera off now and get on for a bit because a couple of things I need to do. All right. I'll come back about 11:25.
Perfect. Okay.
Speak to you
Bye.
soon. Bye.
Hi, Bex.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Can you see me?
Yes, you got a bit of a Blair Witch project going on.
Oh, have I?
Yeah, moving. Are you moving? Are you moving it around on purpose?
Yeah, I'm just sorting out everything. I'll stop my video for a second.
Okay. Yeah, just turn it back on and set up.
Okay, good morning, Stacey. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, perfect, Bex.
Myself? There we go.
Hello, Jeanette. It's Paula. How can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good morning still for you, not?
Yes, it is. It's a very early lunch today.
Yeah. I will close my window, my camera, and make a few preparations
Okay.
still, but I'm there already.
Brilliant. Thank you. Speak to you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, fine.
Hello there, Carlo. It's Paula. Can you hear me? I just want to check you can hear me and we can hear you.
I can definitely hear you, Paula. Good morning.
Hello there. I can hear you too. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Keeping busy.
Oh yeah, aren't we all? Where are you then? Are you back
I'm
at home?
Barcelona. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in Barcelona at the moment, and yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter where we are these days because we are all locked up, right?
That's true, yeah. But it's still nice to know where people are, and it's actually quite nice to hear from people who are not just down the road and who are that little bit further away.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Have you still got your place in
in
the UK
Reading?
then?
Yes, it's in
Yeah.
Oxfordshire. Yes, I still do, but I'm trying to. Well, I try to move out. It's just that the logistic at this stage is not.
No, quite.
straightforward.
It's difficult. Yeah, it's quite.
How are things with you?
Challenging. 2 children, obviously, with you as well. The children are at home. Yeah,
that's
it's
nice
a challenge.
Of Spain. The children here are going to school regularly.
They are. Okay.
Yeah.
So I know that Boris Johnson, it's one of his top priorities is to get the schools back open because he didn't really want to have to close them in the first place. So it'll be nice when he's able to think about doing that. Because it's important for the children, absolutely.
And no, absolutely, and for the parents.
Well, yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Yes. So for the talk itself, I guess we'll go with the camera on.
Yes, please. Yeah.
And I won't have any slides, so I think it's really just me.
Cool. And then if there's anything in the chat, I'll highlight the comments or the questions to you at the end.
Very good.
Otherwise, we'll just go straight into the next
I'll keep it really
session.
short. It's just to start, to kick off, say hello.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cool.
Very good. Okay.
All right, I'll speak to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining this January 2021 Climate Europe Webstival. It's the 5th and final in our series. We have Climate Europe Network members from all over the world. Thank you so much for coming and accommodating what might be a late finish for those of you out to the east. My name is Bex Parfitt. I'm a member of the Climate Europe Webstival organising team, and I work as a scientist within International Climate Services Scientists at the UK Met Office. We have a fabulous agenda for everyone today. In collaboration with Copernicus Climate Change Service, also known as C3S. We have panel discussions, lightning talks, and other interactive elements to look forward to. These are all around the theme of operationalizing climate services with a little street food twist. First of all, a few housekeeping rules. Please can we ask that you keep your microphones muted unless you've been invited to speak? Can you also keep your videos off unless you are presenting or asking a question? Indeed, questions are most welcome. Just raise your virtual hand or write your question in the chat. The sous chefs today will be monitoring this. We are recording the event, but we'll of course cross-reference and check against the GDPR responses that you gave at registration before any material is shared via the Climate Europe website. And finally, can we ask that you ensure your Zoom name includes your project or organisation or company? If you are having any technical issues, then please email the contact participate@climateeurope.eu. I'll write that in the chat in a second, or contact Paula Newton or Stacey New via the private Zoom chat option. So, to kick off our light bites, I'm very pleased to hand over to Tyrone Dunbar, who will introduce the icebreaker. Let's get quizzical. Tyrone, are you there?
Hi, Bex. Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, and thank you for your introduction. Hello, everyone. I am delighted to welcome you all to this final Climate Europe Webstival in collaboration with the Copernicus Climate Change Service. So I will just do the traditional pause while I figure out how to share my screen. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to see my screen now. So I'm very excited that we will be, oh, hang on, that isn't quite working. So I'm very excited that we're going to be able to present the opening icebreaker event, Let's Get Quizzical. So this is going to be a pub quiz. Hopefully everybody knows what a pub quiz is. It's something traditional that we have in the UK. So our local pubs normally once a week will have a general knowledge quiz, often for exciting prizes. And we're doing the very same thing for Climate Europe to get you all excited and engaged about the rest of the Webstival. So we're going to be quizzing your thoughts on climate services and operationalization. And the very exciting news is that we're going to have some special prizes provided by our partners, Copernicus. So just to get you all excited about what those might be, these are the prizes that Copernicus have kindly shared with us. So we have a Perpetua pencil. So this is no ordinary pencil, according to the website. It doesn't ever need to be sharpened, and apparently it's unbreakable as well, which sounds really quite incredible. It's like a pencil from the future. There is a Copernicus branded water bottle, Copernicus branded sandwich box, a metallic Copernicus pen, and also a very nice organic cotton Copernicus t-shirt. So we have 3 sets of these prizes that we're going to be awarding to the top three scorers in the pub quiz. So I'm just going to run through the instructions for the quiz now. So for the quiz, we're going to be using a piece of software called Kahoot. So hopefully some of you might have used this before and will be familiar with it. But what we need you to do is to either on your mobile phone through the web browser on your phone, or in a new web browser window, you need to go to www.kahoot.it. So I think the easiest way to do this is to use your phone. That's the best way to do the quiz, is to access kahoot.it via your phone, but you can also do it in another browser window, as long as you make sure you keep this Zoom window open as well, because on the Zoom chat, you'll be able to see the questions, and then on the extra browser window you open or on your mobile phone, you'll be able to input the answers. So whenever you go to kahoot.it, it will ask you to put in your name. Make sure you use your real name, because obviously we want to be able to give out our prizes and we need to know who's actually won the prizes. So please use your real name. As I said before, make sure you can still see the shared screen that I'm putting up, and I'll put up the Kahoot window in a second so that you can see the questions, and then you put your answers into the new browser window or onto your phone. So hopefully that's clear. If it's not clear, you can ask our IT specialists in the chat. So Stacey or Bex or Paula might be able to help you. And I will now switch over to the Kahoot window and start the quiz. So the pin for the Kahoot is 1789076. So if you could please, in your new kahoot.it window, stick in the game pin. So I see Natalie and Daniel have joined. And I'll wait for a bit for as many people as possible to join in. Isadora, welcome. Everybody's coming along now. Brilliant. I see Juanjo and Louise and Sarah. Joe and Jenny from the Met Office have joined. And Rasmus. Oh, fantastic. Everybody's coming in now. So I'll just wait another couple of minutes, or maybe another 30 seconds, just to get as many people as possible. We have 35 people. I think there were over 50 on the Zoom the last time I checked. So if everybody could just join in on the Kahoot. If you don't join, you won't get to win the exciting Copernicus prizes. I'm sure everybody wants to win the futuristic space pencil and the lovely Copernicus t-shirt. So I'll just give everyone another 10 seconds or so to join in the Kahoot. How far are we doing? We've got 44 people. Looks like most people have joined now. Draghi has just joined. Okay, so I think that's as many as we're going to get. So I will get going on the quiz. Right, so this is the Climate Europe Webstival pub quiz, starting in 3, 2, 1. So this first question is a poll. It's basically to see if you're ready. There are no points for this question, but we just want to know, are you ready for the quiz? Are you going to win the quiz? Are you so excited about the quiz? Or were you born ready for the quiz? So this is a chance to test if you're able to use the Kahoot software. So I see loads of answers coming in already. You've got 10 seconds left to test your Kahoot answering abilities. Oh, and that's everybody. And let's see. So 21% of, sorry, nearly half of you are ready. Only 10% are excited. Only 10% say they're going to win, but 30% were born ready. So that's excellent. Okay, so I think everybody's able to use the quiz software. And if you're just joining, you need to go to kahoot.it, and the pin you enter is at the bottom of the screen. So let's start the quiz proper. The first round is the climate celebrities picture round. So when I go to the next screen, you will see a picture of a climate celebrity that has been covered in squares, and those squares will slowly disappear over the course of about 20 seconds, and you'll have 4 options to answer. You need to tell us who is the climate celebrity that's hidden behind the squares. Hopefully that will be obvious. So let's get going with the first climate celebrity. Who is this famous actor? So who is the famous actor that is appearing on your screen? Is it Mark Ruffalo? Is it Leo DiCaprio? Is it Leo Hickman? Or is it Brad Pitt? So who is this famous actor? Looks like they're talking at the UN. Their face is just about to come up now. Hopefully everyone's going to get it. You've got 0 seconds. Oh, 34 got Leo DiCaprio. We had a handful of people guess other names. Yes, the right answer was Leo DiCaprio. So well done. And we get some instant feedback. Hustas was the quickest. So I should have said that you get more points if you answer quickly. So the quicker you can answer, the more points you get. So Hustas, well done. And for the next question, who is this famous climate activist? So who is the famous climate activist in this picture? Is it Alexandria Villaseñor? Is it Greta Thunberg? Is it Ella McEwen? Is it Lily Platt? Her face has come up really quickly, so I see just about everyone has answered. You've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's see how everyone did. Yes, and nearly everyone got Greta. One person thought it was Alexandra. So well done, everyone. And Lilia was quickest off. Who is this famous scientist? So who is this famous scientist? Is it Brian Cox? Is it Neil deGrasse Tyson? Is it Bill Nye, the science guy? Or is it Sir David Attenborough? So this is presenting at one of the recent COPs. His face has come up now, so hopefully everyone's going to get it quickly. 3, 2, 1, and the answer is Sir David Attenborough. So some people guessed other answers, but most people got David Attenborough. And Rasmus has raced into the lead. Only just above Hustis by 5 points. So well done, Rasmus. And on to the final climate celebrity. Who is this negotiating at COP? So is it Christiana Figueres? Is it Angela Merkel? Is it Theresa May? Or is it Karine Lacker? Who is this famous negotiator? And her face has just appeared. I see the answers are coming in. You've got 3, 2, 1 to answer. And yes, just about everyone got Christiana Figueres, or quite a lot of people went for Karine, which is interesting. And who's gone to the top of the leaderboard? Rasmus has stayed top. I see Joe Darren is racing up behind him. Okay, so we're now going to ask you to do a little bit of work. So this is not part of the quiz. You don't get points for this, but we're interested in hearing your thoughts and views on what makes a climate service operational. So you've got 20 characters, and what we want you to do is give us a couple of words or a short sentence to let us know what you think makes a climate service operational. And we'll use your answers later on in the Webstival. So we've got lots of discussion panels coming up. We have lots of interactive sessions. And what we'd like to know is what you as the audience think. What makes a climate service operational? Is it the delivery to users? Is it about developing the data underpinning the climate service? So I see we've got 28 answers, 29 answers coming up. That's great. All the answers are coming in and they're building a wall for us of all of your answers. We've got another 10 seconds for you to put in your thoughts on what makes a climate service operational. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Thank you all very much. 44 responses. That's loads. Okay, we've got lots and lots of things in there. That's really, really useful feedback for us, and we will use that in the remaining sessions in the Webstival for our discussions. Okay, brilliant. So on with the quiz. So the next round is the climate policy round. So how well do you know your climate policy? And remember, the quicker that you answer, the more points you get. So the first question in the climate policy round: how many parties adopted the Paris Agreement at COP21? Was it 198 parties, 196 parties, 194 parties, or 191 parties? It's only 10 seconds to answer, so it's quite quick. 21 people, so most people got that it was 196 parties adopted the Paris Agreement at COP21. So well done everyone who got that. Has it changed the leaderboard? Yes, Paul has raced into the top of the leaderboard with Freya just behind him. So well done, Paul, raced to the top. And the next question, this is a slightly long question, but in the EU's first nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, what was their proposed net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 below 1990 levels? Was it at least 40%, at least 50%, at least 80%, or 100%? Did they go for carbon neutral? So yes, everyone, well, a lot of people got that, at least 40%. This is a slight trick question because, of course, recently the EU have agreed that they will increase their ambition to at least 55%, but in their first NDC, so the initial NDC they submitted, it was at least 40% net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So what does that mean for the leaderboard? Freya has leapfrogged Paul at the top, so well done, Freya, up to the top of the leaderboard. All right, and the last question in the policy round: when was the global framework for climate services established? Was it in 2001, 2005, 2007, or 2009? So there might be some people on the quiz who were involved in writing the global framework for climate services, so hopefully they get that right. And yes, the majority of people correctly answered that it was in 2009 that the global framework was established. So has that changed anything at the top of the leaderboard? Oh, no, it hasn't. Freya still remains at top and Paul second, but I see that neither of them. So I see that Hustis is coming up behind. He's on a hot streak. It looks like he's got 3 or more questions in a row correct. So well done, Hustas. Right, we're doing another quick word cloud to get your feedback. We'd like to gather your thoughts on what are the barriers to operationalizing climate services. So later on this morning, we're having a panel discussion about what the barriers are and how we can overcome those barriers to operationalizing climate services. So we'd love to get your thoughts, your views on what those barriers are. So what are the things that you think make it difficult from your perspective to operationalize climate services, to make it easier for users to use them? Maybe if you're coming from the user angle, what are the barriers that you see from the people that are trying to provide those services? Maybe it's to do with the format that data is provided. Maybe the communication isn't quite up to scratch. Maybe from a climate service provider perspective, maybe you don't get the interaction that you need with the users on that side. What do you think from your perspective are the barriers to allow us to operationalize climate services? I see lots of great answers coming in. There's one big yellow square, which means that lots of people have been putting in the same thing. So I'm eager to see what's in that big yellow block. So lots of answers in here: maturity, standards, technology, forecast skill, and communication comes up as the main barrier that people see. So that's very interesting. We do have another discussion at the end of the Webstival about communication in climate services. So that's great, really useful feedback. Thank you all very much. Time is another one. Yes, a really important factor is having that time to work with users and work with providers to understand how to build climate services. Okay, so back to the quiz. The next round is climate change general knowledge. So we've got some general knowledge questions about climate change. Let's see how you all get on. So the first question: when did we pass 300 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere? Did we pass that landmark in 1979, in 1990, in 1988, or in 2001? So, all the answers are in. 1998 or 1988 was the correct answer. I see that a lot of people went for 1990, so that was quite a difficult one. Obviously, those dates were close together, but 1988 was the correct answer. Does it change the leaderboard? Oh, I see Joe is moving up to just outside the top 3. So Joe is nearly in with a shout of winning the Copernicus lunchbox. Well done, Joe. And on to the next question. So in NASA's temperature data set, so this is GISTEMP, how many degrees Fahrenheit warmer was 2019 compared to the 20th century average? So slightly more difficult for us in Europe that deal with temperatures in centigrade. So how many degrees Fahrenheit was 2019 warmer? So the correct answer was 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit. I see most people went for either 2.1 or 1.4. So that was good. That was a difficult question to answer. There's a good spread of answers across the board. What does it mean for the leaderboard? Oh, Isadora is storming up the leaderboard into second place. Freya's still got a commanding lead, so let's see how it goes for the final questions in the final round. So the final question in the general climate quiz is: how old was the oldest ice in the Allen Hills Antarctic ice core, which was retrieved in 2016? So this is the oldest ice that's ever been recorded or ever been retrieved in an ice core. See, all the answers are coming in. The correct answer was 2.7 million years old, which is really just incredible that they managed to get ice that was that old from an ice core. As I said, it was taken in the Allen Hills region of the Antarctic. So most people went for 1.2 million years old, and then second place was 800,000, but only 5 people got 2.7 million years correct. Does that mean any changes? Oh, Freya got it, and she's really building on her lead. It's going to take something to knock Freya off the top of the leaderboard. Joe's moved into second, and Isadora is in third place. So lots to play for, one more round to go. But before we go to the final round, we have another word cloud. So what are the communication challenges around building climate services and operationalizing climate services? So in the last word cloud, communication came out as the biggest barrier to operationalizing climate services. So what do you see as the communication challenges when climate services are being developed or when they're being operationalized. So let us know what you think, put in a word or a couple of words. What's the most difficult thing? Is it the methods of communicating with people? Is it the tools that you use? Is it difficult to reach out to the correct people? Maybe from the user angle, it's difficult to speak with people who are providing climate services in a language that you understand clearly. There will be a lot of technical language on both sides of the equation. So the users of climate services normally come from a very technical field with their own technical language and jargon, and the providers have their own technical language and jargon. What do you see? We've got one more second. There's one big blue box. It'll be interesting to see what's in that big blue box, but we've got understanding tools, technical language, the right network language. Yes, terminology came out on top. That is interesting. It's often the case that we have our own jargon and our own language for the field that we work in, and that can make it difficult to communicate with others. Okay, excellent. Thank you all for your feedback. More really useful feedback that we'll use later on in the Webstival. And onto the final round of the Climate Europe quiz. So is anyone going to be able to knock Freya off the top of the leaderboard? So this final round is, I'll have to say, it's a very difficult one. So it's going to test your knowledge of Climate Europe network member logos. So our colleague Bex, who introduced you to the festival at the beginning, she has put together this amazing map of all the different logos of the Climate Europe network members here. You can see we've got at least 50 or 60 different network members, and I'm going to ask you to name the logo. So again, the logo will come up. You'll have 4 options, and the quicker you answer, the more points you'll get. So here's the first logo. Whose logo is this? Does this logo belong to Jerix? Does it belong to Baltic Earth? Is it the University of Helsinki, or is it Climate Kick? So we've got answers rolling in. And most people got it. Yes, that is the logo for Baltic Earth. So well done, everyone. I think the majority of people got the right answer. Does it change the leaderboard? I see Joe has moved down one, Paul has moved up, Erasmus is just outside the top 3, Hustus has moved up again. But Freya is really nearly 1,000 points ahead. That's quite impressive. So on to the next logo. Whose logo is this? So is this the logo for CMCC? Is it SMHI? Is it ECMWF? Or is it the UK Met Office? And let's see if you got it right. 27 people went for CMCC, and that is the correct answer. So well done, everyone. Doesn't make a change to the leaderboard. Ooh, it's starting to, it is quite tight between those second, third, and fourth places. I see Vladimir is making a late minute charge up. Will he be able to get into the prize winning spots? Freya is really steaming ahead. We've got another logo. So whose logo is this? Does this logo belong to Telespazio Vega? Does it belong to Vito? Does it belong to Predictia? Or to the Climate Data Factory? So let's see. Most people got that. So it's Telespazio Vega. Well done, everyone. And yeah, Joe's moved up to second place. Freya is continuing to storm away at the top. Isadora's moved into fourth. Is she going to be able to make up ground on the final question, or will Paul stay in third place? So the final question, the final logo. Whose logo is this? Is it OMSZ? Is it the Clara Project? Is it S2S4E? Or is it DHMZ? So let's see. And the answer was S2S4E, and the majority of people got that correct. So well done, everyone. I thought this round was going to be much more difficult than it has been. Everyone's very good at remembering logos. So before we see the very final standings, we're going to do one final word cloud, and very usefully, the last word cloud we did, terminology came up as one of the communication challenges. So we'd like to know what words do you use in your day-to-day work that non-specialists struggle with? So what technical language, what jargon, what terminology do you use in your job, in your role, in your project? that you find is difficult to understand for people who are not from your field. So maybe you're the user of climate services, maybe you work in agriculture or water resources or the energy sector, and maybe you have your own jargon that makes it difficult to communicate with the people who provide climate information, to get them to understand what it is you're trying to get across. And again, from the climate services angle, we have a lot of technical language and jargon. And I see there's one very big box that's in the middle there, so it'll be great to find out what's in there. 1 second left. And let's see, what words do people use for projections and climate model? Lots of words from the kind of climate science side of things. And uncertainty has come out top. That's very interesting. Yes, it's definitely uncertainty can mean multiple things to different people, and it has a very clear scientific definition. But it can mean lots of things to different people, and it can mean certainly mean something very different in kind of colloquial language. So thank you very much. That's really useful feedback. We'll gather all this together and we can share the results of these polls with everyone after the Webstival is over. And as I said before, we'll use these results in the discussions coming up later in the Webstival. So the moment that everyone is waiting for, who is going to win the Copernicus water bottle and pen? So the final podium for the winners of the quiz in number 3 place. In third place is Isadora from Barcelona's Supercomputing Center. In second place is Joe Darren from our very own Met Office. And probably unsurprisingly, top is Freya with a really very impressive nearly 1,000 point lead. So that's, yeah, excellent work. Well done, Freya. Well done, Joe. Well done, Isadora. So I think we've got your email addresses, and someone from Copernicus will follow up with you, and they will get a postal address from you, and they'll get your details for what size of t-shirt that you want, and they'll be able to get those goodies from Copernicus sent out to you. And many thanks again to our colleagues at Copernicus for sharing those prizes with us. So I hope you're all warmed up and excited, and that's got you in the mood for thinking about climate change and climate services and how we can operationalize climate services. And somehow I've actually been slightly quicker than I thought I would be. I'm 3 minutes ahead of schedule, which is an excellent way to start one of these online events. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and I will pass over to, who's leading the next section? It is Paula. So Paula, I believe you're going to introduce the next speaker in the Webstival. So again, thank you very much to everyone for participating in the quiz, and I hope you found it fun, and well done to the prize winners.
Thanks, Tyrone. Oh, I thought that was excellent. You did that really well. The irony is that Freya, working for C3S, has just won her own prize. So, and I've certainly missed my pub quizzes, I have to say. So more seriously then, I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Carlo Buontempo, who is the Director of the Copernicus Climate Change Service at ECMWF. He's going to very briefly introduce C3S to us all. Quite nicely, Carlo joined the C3S team just before Climate Europe started, so that was way back in 2016 now. So it's going to be really super interesting to hear Carlo's perspective on the life of C3S. So over to you. Thank you, Carlo.
Thank you, Paula. I was keeping my camera turned off because I didn't want to hide the fact that actually we are all wearing the prizes of C3S, and is part of our recruitment. You know, you don't get recruited if you don't pass a pub quiz on climate stuff. That's how we train ourselves.
Brilliant.
Well, I think the quiz were absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much for that. And they are very much in line with the revolutionary nature in many respects of Climate Europe. So as Paula said, I was lucky enough to be part of Climate Europe from the very beginning. I think I was at the meeting at the Imperial College when the idea of the festival was first floated. And C3S over the course of these few years contributed to all of the festival in different ways. I do remember back in Valencia, the first festival, when with Paula and Chris, we were still working on the final deliverable. Euporius, presenting some of the first result coming out of C3S. And at that time was all very new, and we were facing a significant ramp up in our activities, and it was very hectic. And I did a presentation then about the SISs, which were the sectorial information system I was leading at that time. Over the time, I think Climate Europe grew, and the festival had become a very significant success, and so did C3S. So I'm talking to you today in 2021, and now we have just passed the 70,000 user mark on the Climate Data Store, which is, I mean, it's not the only metric, but I think it's an interesting metric to look at. And we deliver to these users some 70 terabytes of data per day. Again, it's not the only metric. We actually don't think that the volume of download is necessarily a good metric, but it is an interesting metric to look at. And I'm sure Angel will tell us more later on today. So I was coming when C3S and when Climate Europe started, I was very much coming from a concept of climate services, much more related to the co-design and working very closely to the user, which I think is an essential component of climate services. And C3S is a bit on the other end. So the main aim of C3S in this operationalization we will discuss today is very much to mainstream the provision of good quality data and ensure that these are distributed to the users in a way that is usable, user-friendly, and understandable, and useful. So that's a journey, and this figure I was mentioning, I think, go some way to that. But a lot needs to happen on the other end. So it really needs to happen in close interaction with the users, in a much closer interaction than you can do on a large European project. So within C3S, what we did was to develop these applications, these case studies, these SISs, these one-to-one interaction to showcase what was possible and what could be done in this close interaction. But we expect a lot of this to happen downstream of C3S. And in a sense, this is probably one of the most important lessons learned of the service so far. So going forward for the next phase that is just about to begin now. So we are negotiating now the contribution agreement with the Commission, and we do expect to kick off next summer. For the next phase, there will be a bigger emphasis on user uptake, or user engagement, and user interaction, not because we think that C3S could become the go-to place for any sort of user. This is impossible. We don't have the resources. We are not big enough. But because we want really to foster the downstream element. We want to foster this one-to-one interaction that we have seen and we heard of within the Climate Europe and within the festival. So I don't want to take too much of your time with this introduction, but I was very keen to be here with you at the beginning, if not else, to close this wonderful journey. The colleagues from ECNWF and from the many organizations that have worked with us over the year will go into the details of what has been done and what successes have been achieved and what lessons we learned. So I leave you to the capable end of my colleagues, and I wish you all a wonderful Webstival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlo. I don't think there are any questions in the chat, but if you've got any questions for Carlo, please put them in the chat and we can always pick them up a bit later. I am now going to hand over to Jeanette Bessenbinder from the Royal Netherlands Meteorological Institute, because Jeanette is going to introduce our first roundtable discussion. So thank you, Jeanette.
Yes, thank you, Carlo and Paula, for the first introduction words. We're now going to the next session that is called What Ingredients Are Needed for Operationalization of Climate Services. And I would like to introduce you to Stijn Vermoten, who is the head of the C3S user engagement section. He and several of his colleagues at C3S will give you some more information about different aspects of C3S. Stijn, I will leave the floor to you, and you can introduce your colleagues. They can give the short presentations.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. So we have several presentations indeed from colleagues to focus a little bit on the different elements which make C3S from an operational point of view. And what we will do now is to give a presentation, and then in the later afternoon, after the crepe break, we will have 2 parallel sessions where we can go a little bit more in depth to ask questions and to have 2 roundtables. But now I would like to introduce you to my colleagues Angel Lopez, Freya Van Borg, Chiara Cagnazzo, Andre Obigon, and myself will also make a presentation. So let's start with Angel, and he will present what it means to run the climate data store from an operational point of view.
Thank you, Stein. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you see it.
Yes,
yes, we do. Can you put it on full screen? Or presentation mode, please?
It's already, okay.
Yeah, fine so.
It's fine now. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Angel Lopez. I've been involved on the climate data store development from the very beginning at DCMWF. And I've been running the operations until recently that I become acting team leader for the climate data store. And as this is a web festival, I think the best is to compare having a CDS as a live performance. So there are 2 areas in here, is what the people see and what is behind the scene, what is the backstage. So in the stage, what we have is simple, consistent, and harmonized interface for the users. And in the back end, the important thing is to have a robust, reliable, and dedicated backend to support all this action. And everything running in a cloud infrastructure will allow us to be elastic and to cope with the amount of resources and workload that we need to cope with. We also have many different teams involved in this. We have facing user, we have communication, user engagement, we have user support, but in the backstage, we also have a CDS DevOps team taking care of the performance. We have operations in order to monitor the system, and other teams at DCMWF and supporting us as also external contractors. So yes, as Carlo was saying before, this is today's concert, for example. We have 70,600 users already registered. We have an average of 90 users per day, new users in the system, 1,200 around of active users retrieving data from the system, 600,000 requests, 70 terabytes delivered, 88 data sets in the catalog, 21 public applications, user visiting all the system, but this is what you see. What you don't see is the number of logs that we monitor in order to guarantee that the system is working well. All the process that we do for the failing requests, all the functional issues that we need to deal with, the Jira tickets that we receive from users, all the incoming requirements that we try to cope with in order to evolve the platform, all the actions that we do in order to keep it updated, all the data archiving that we do, all the integration process, and many other issues. So for us, as an operational service, the driving objective is to increase the CDS reliability and to improve the user experience. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Angel, and thanks for the very nice connotation with the live concert. Yeah, it's the first time we see it like this, and I think you should repeat it for the purposes too, because it's really nice. So now we move from the CDS to what it means to turn, in fact, data into real life or usable products with a presentation from Freya. Freya, are you there? She's the winner of the quiz, so I think she can prove that what it really means to make something operational.
I'm here, yeah. Maybe.
Okay. Hi, Freya.
Maybe my quiz will be more successful than the presentation. Let's see. So my presentation may not be as short and concise as Angel's. Let's see. I'm certainly living on the stage part of what Angel showed. I think you have to stop sharing your presentation for me to be able to share mine, actually.
Yes, please, Angel, unshare your presentation.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
So yes, I will be talking kind of more of on the other end of the spectrum. What does it mean to try to, on a kind of regular and relatively near-time basis? Sorry, my computer is struggling quite a lot. Basically, I used all my energy in the quiz, so now I'm suffering.
We can see it, Freya.
Very good. There we go. Okay. So what I will talk about is the kind of other end of the spectrum. So I shall show this very nicely in a live concert, whereas here is in a more kind of very boring schematic format of the kind of service chain, I think, of any more or less operational service provider in this sphere, whether it's a climate one or a national Met service. Hang on, sorry, I'm having strange interference with people in my house. Apologies, no children in this house. Nevertheless, I could hear the other people here. So the what I want to talk about is the kind of other end of actually trying to, on a regular basis, provide certain products based on the data and information that's kind of contained in a service chain. So the activities I'm in charge of is on one hand a kind of monthly climate bulletin, which is very similar to what is provided by many national Met services, but in that case for countries, and here the kind of target audience or target region is pan-European scale, but also another product called the European State of the Climate, which we publish annually. And in this kind of operational setting, there is quite a lot of pressure from various stakeholders for this kind of information to be available more or less as soon as the data is available. And I think that's kind of where this operational structure also feeds into this information part. So it's much about producing things that are relatively standardized and regular, rather than producing things that are maybe very ad hoc and very specific. That's one way one can look at operational from this point of view. So just kind of briefly about these climate bulletins. Part of the aim with these is to be as timely as possible, which is why we build them on reanalysis. For the first part of these, so what we cover here is mainly looking at the climate or weather anomalies of the past month and the past 12 months. So things like how warm was Europe in the past month, or how warm was it globally. But then also, I think an important aspect here, and also in terms of being operational, is there are also other centers across the world where there is complementarity, but where there is also kind of overlapping information, and to make sure that the message stays the same, even though the providers might be different and the timing might be slightly different. So I think that's a challenge that can also be discussed later on in the roundtable. The other product is the European State of the Climate, where there's still this kind of timely constraint, but trying to make use of this CDS of having such a wealth of data, so to expand the scope and doing more or less the same exercise of looking at the past year. You know, how was the year unusual from a climate/weather point of view, but to go beyond the normal kind of standard meteorological variables that you would usually encounter in these kind of reports. So going beyond temperature and precipitation, and focusing also on those other things that we nowadays are able to observe, and to observe on a relatively operational schedule, meaning that they're updated regularly. And then I think another part which is important when it comes to being operational is to be as transparent about what you're doing as possible. So part of that is, of course, to explain the kind of further background of what is provided, but also to give access to the data itself. So if people would like to recreate or reuse the data in a similar fashion or in a different fashion, then the data is available there in the CDS. And that's kind of very briefly on these activities. And of course, there are other parts to this chain, and there's also developments going forward. And one part in the chain, or where we want to put more focus in the future, is to make that transparency of the service chain even more transparent than it is now, so that you can go from, let's say, these climate bulletins via the applications that produce them to the data itself, to make that whole chain more traceable. And then there's the other challenge of kind of having not only information kind of ready at C3S, like these climate bulletins, but they're actually used by others, and I'll touch on that very briefly. And then, of course, to kind of extend the state of the climate to be more stakeholder relevant than it maybe is at the moment. So just one example, you may know this already, but we have a collaboration with Euronews, where they build a monthly report on the climate bulletin that we release, and it also contains more of a report part, but this is just to kind of show that there's a kind of operational chain that doesn't stop kind of at C3S, but even for things that are as outreach or communication wise, even there you can have an operational chain in place to move from just data to information, etc. And then to kind of illustrate what I meant by making this link more clear in the service. In the service chain, I think this is something that Chiara will touch on a little bit more in a following presentation, but to make the application to the actual processing available as well. And there is already on the CDS something called the C3S Monthly Climate Bulletin Explorer, which is kind of a proof of concept of such an application specifically for the climate bulletins. But we're working on a version 2, which kind of covers it more clearly. And then finally, for the state of the climate, here are some examples of the kind of broader scope that we cover in there that I mentioned before. But the aim going forward is to target, like in a consultation with stakeholders, be it policymakers, for instance, to make the report more relevant for that particular group of stakeholders. And that's all I wanted to say, and apologies for the little break at the very beginning, but I heard very strange noises in my flat.
Thanks a lot, Freya. And I think it's a very interesting topic, which covers two elements. It's on one side to turn data into these bulletins and European state of the climate, but also what we provide to Euronews. And if you have questions later on, you can ask them to Freya in the first panel session. But if you have questions about the communication elements, it's also worth to follow the other session where my colleague David Armstrong will elaborate much more about the communication component, which is also very important and on which we have invested quite a lot over the last previous years. So now I would like to move to two other colleagues. First, it's Anka Bukcha, who will present us what it means to drive the climate prediction and projections under C3S from an operational point of view. And then she will be followed by my colleague Chiara Cagnazzo, who will also talk about user-relevant applications for different sectors. So Anka, the floor is yours if you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Stein. I was hoping to be able to pass myself as Chiara for a while. You robbed me of that particular opportunity. So joke aside, I have actually gate crashed the program somewhat in an attempt to achieve two things. So can you see my screen, by the way?
Yes, we can see your screen.
In trying to decide on what to bring to the discussion for the roundtable later in the day, I found that there were a lot of issues that were probably worth highlighting, and trying to refrain from using presentation mode on that particular occasion, I thought that I could contribute here. Also, I understood, and discussing with Chiara, I understand that the issues that I'm going to bring up are entirely relevant to what she's going to follow up with, which actually shows how climate prediction projections and other data is turned into user-relevant applications. So I haven't prepared a scene setting exercise. I'm going in a spirit intended, which is to just talk about a case study, a personal experience. So I'm relying on your imagination to fill in the context and to think about where this fits in. You've probably looked in places of the C3S service, and you might have noticed that we do provide access to climate predictions and projections. Let me try to minimize this so you can see my full slide. Okay, so I have separated the topics somewhat because there are two distinct sets of activities here. And they're distinct for a variety of reasons. So I do refer to climate predictions to mean anything that is something that gets updated on a regular basis. In our technical understanding, it in fact means something that is a function of the initial conditions. So it's an initial value problem as well as a boundary value problem. So starting your model simulation from observed, measured initial conditions is key here. And this is first challenge. So on the slide, if you're just going to read it at a different pace, what I've highlighted in bold is what I would argue is a challenge, as opposed to, it's something that needs serious thinking about before proceeding with trying to emulate this kind of activity. So indeed, these are the predictions are subject to regular frequent updates, and these need to be published at a predictable time. I mean, from ethical reasons, the level playing field, you should be able to tell everybody and allow everybody to access the information at the same time. But more importantly, in order to become a key element in the decision-making process, this kind of information needs to be relied upon in a specific fashion. Slightly, completely different topic maybe. The best method is required. Think of a weather forecast. You want the best weather forecast. You don't really want the weather forecast created with the same methodology created that was used in the 1970s, 1980s. So updates to the prediction systems happen, are desirable, but this involves and implies a different interaction between of the users with the data that you might be familiar with from relating to stationary data sets like the analysis. The analysis is the big success story in the climate data story in C3S. So I suspect, statistically speaking, many people would be more familiar with accessing data on reanalysis than maybe on climate predictions. You will hear in a minute something about evaluation and quality control. And I'm prepared to argue this afternoon, but I have put it down here that the evaluation control of data that comes out of models that relates to what's going to happen in the future, as opposed to a past that has been represented in alternative products, is a fundamental difference that poses a challenge. Also, in relation and somewhat connected to the inputs to such activities, operational standard generation of these input data is also necessary to ensure that you can actually put out a prediction at a predictable time, as you know. To not take more time, I will leave this here and move on to climate projections. And while some of the things are in common, I think there are other things that are really, none of this should be news to you, by the way, if you've ever used climate projections, but I think it's still worth articulating. So currently, climate services use climate projections available from activities that were designed for a different purpose. This poses a challenge that in order to get all the information you would want to put forward in a product that is part of a service and that is something that the users can safely use for decision making, it doesn't have all the elements. There's incomplete sampling of uncertainties, for example, and whilst the scientific community makes concerted efforts in trying to improve this, I think because of the agenda and the main purpose of the activities they undertake being different, that is still a shortcoming when it comes to applying things to climate services. There are conflicted priorities from the different communities that get involved in this. I will explain this afternoon, if you are interested, how the issues of traceability and versioning, which are key in trying to defend a service. For example, let's say I put out a product saying at what point a particular thresholds in amount of rainfall or temperature will be reached, and somebody makes a decision based on that. You wouldn't want in a couple of years' time to change the goalpost, to change that piece of information for no good reason. You wouldn't want to change it just because. So if somebody has made a decision and needs to trace it back in a case of trying to disentangle consequences, they need to know and to have access to the data they used in that decision making. And that is not always easy to achieve, because that would mean every time a new version, a new correction is put to climate projection data, you would have to publish that as well as keep the old version. The practical constraints I'm referring to here is the data volumes. And finally, and by no means least, the coexistence of a variety of sources of data comes up as a big challenge in my view, and requires very clear guidance as to how to interpret and combine this data, especially for users of climate services or downstream developers who are not familiar and are not fully aware of how these things might be combined. In particular, I have the examples here of the CMIP 5 and CMIP 6 generation model runs. For those who use these, you know, the GCMs now come from, global model data comes now from the CMIP 6 generation experiments, whilst the regional downscale data is still based on CMIP 5 boundary conditions. But my conclusion when I was reflecting on this slide later, just at the last minute, was that user support is indispensable in trying to make sense of any of this model data that comes up in a climate data store. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anka. And I may start from here. So I think after your presentation and Freya's one, there is quite some expectation for the next few slides, and probably this will not be the case. But okay, so let's say this slide here is the same infogram that Freya was already presenting a second ago, but with a slightly different declination. So what we do with the climate data and especially climate projections and predictions that Anka was presenting, but also many other data that are available in the climate data store. So what we do is that, of course, we build applications that are relevant for different sectors. And the service chain here show that it produces climate knowledge that is relevant for supporting adaptation strategies in different sectors. So I would say that one of the challenges in this is that on the one side we have many different sectors and different sectors and different users may need specific informations and tools. But on the other side, we have also some common needs and common approaches that may be used. And one example, for example, could be thinking of working with extremes. So for example, often there's a common need to deal with extremes across different sectors. And here I'm thinking of extremes like projected extremes, but also past extremes or forecasted extremes. And of course, the extremes themselves, they cover different definition, different timescales. For example, extreme may be used to identify something that it is very rare, or something that it is very large, very small, or something with very high impact. And those three different definitions, of course, they are overlaps, but they are not the same. And also the timescale of the system and the timescales of the extreme itself may be relevant. For example, thinking of slow onset events versus fast events. But then after the definition, we need to transform this into something that it is really specific for users. And for example, covering different sectors, you may think of the insurance sector, where a robust catalog of past extreme events maintained in real time is quite an important information. Or for example, extremes become key in defining standards in infrastructure for resilient buildings, or extremes are important in connection between health and heat waves. And the example here is for the extreme events, but somehow it focuses and it's the same in other applications. So the question is, which data are fit for purpose, which tools are fit for purpose for dealing with, in this case, with extremes? So this means that on the one side, we have to take a look at the quality of the data, so some technical characteristics and something related to the quality of the data set, but also the usability of the data set itself. So for example, are the data accessible? Are they maintained? Are they near real time? Are they evaluated and quality controlled? And of course, all of these connect to this, the concept of an operational service. So in this list of challenges that you see in the slide, of course, this building applications and defining applications builds on, of course, first of all, data and tools. And here I'm referring to the fact that the availability of an ever increasing set of multi-decadal climate projections somehow is a challenge, either in the selection of the projections or how to deal with ensemble members. Or for example, the challenge is the lack of ability to effectively translate available information from this collection of opportunities that Anka was mentioning before into a decision-making at this time scale, for example. Or maybe it is not straightforward, and we have to deal with the concept that often we need data of different nature to interoperate in our applications, and this is not an easy task. And of course, behind all of this, we have to take into consideration that the challenges, we share the challenges associated to an evolving infrastructure and the maintained software infrastructure. So this again connect to the concept of the usability, because what we build here is really with the user at the center. So this means that everything that we design when we develop applications on the data is user driven. So it is co-designed with the user, is co-tested with the users. Often we have to come out with compromises, and we have the necessity to develop kind of hybrid solutions. So we may suggest robust scientific way of addressing a problem, but then maybe the final result is something that is not really useful to the user. And this connects to this scientific classification that is often not valid, because we can think that, for example, a classification on the time scale, subseasonal, seasonal, decadal, multi-decadal, is of course extremely relevant for a climate scientist, but it is much less for a user. And somehow the usability connects a lot to having something that it is tailored, that it is flexible, timely, and the documental aspects are absolutely crucial in this respect. And in my next slide, yes, I would like to highlight a very important issue related to the operationalization and building applications on data, and that is this evaluation and quality control function. Because, of course, on the one side, we are thinking on evaluation and quality control, looking at quality intended as, on the one side, technical and scientific quality of what we produce, but also its usability. So the information has to be accurate, the documentation has to be adequate, and this is really absolutely important, as well as the scientific quality of what we produce. But also we have to provide a sufficient guidance to the users. We have to maintain everything, and also building training on everything. Otherwise, I think we cannot miss any of these pieces in our operationalization. And I think that why it is such a challenge implementing an evaluation and quality control function into this application for sectors, because of course, first of all, the definition of the quality itself in this case is much less objective than it is for observations. But also we may think that even if we are dealing with a very robust and scientifically evaluated data sets and set of tools, the final product of an application, it could not be reliable as the ingredients that are used to build this application itself. Then even if maybe we reach the purpose and we are able to build a reliable application on reliable data and tools, this does not mean that the final information is really usable. And finally, again, the last mile is probably related to the fact that even having a usable information does not translate automatically into a used knowledge that is the final purpose. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anka and Chiara. Very interesting talks. And again, for those colleagues who have questions, there is the parallel sessions after the crab break, but also please use the comment box to ask, or the chat box, that's a better word, chat box if you have questions. I saw one question for Anka. Maybe you can already answer in written, but it may also lead to further discussions later on when we have the parallel sessions. With Chiara mentioning quality control at the end of her slides, I think it's a good transition to the presentation by André Obregon, my colleague who's dealing with evaluation and quality control aspects of the C3S. So if you're ready, André, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Stein. I'm ready. And indeed, it's a nice transition to the next couple of minutes. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we call EQC, Evaluation and Quality Control. What we actually mean by this is quality assurance. I'm going to share my screen very quickly. I think I have 1 or 2 slides to show to you. All right. Go full screen. I trust you can see my screen now. First of all, I start with the left-hand side of this slide. And why are we doing this actually? So first of all, I have to say that C3S has the clear ambition to be a trusted and authoritative source of climate information. That's particularly important in times of misleading information, spread it around and so forth. So that's an important matter. To do this, we have set up an operational framework for the generation of what we call quality assurance reports. So basically, we make sure that everything we do in C3S is documented, is scientifically assessed, fit for purpose, etc. And we are doing this for all types of data sets in the CDS. So reanalysis, seasonal forecasts, satellite observations. So a broad spectrum of data sets. We are looking at tools in the toolbox. We are assessing applications from the SIS, as Chiara has already mentioned, and we are also looking at the overall service performance. So this is a huge effort. So there are hundreds of those quality assurance reports being produced for all the different types of data sets. And basically, we are standardizing sort of quality assurance. And that's quite a challenge to do so. So just to give you a practical example, I think on the next slide, I have a screenshot of the CDS catalog. You will find for many data sets already a quality assessment tab where a user gets to a table, a standardized table, where you find systematic information. So for example, a user will get answers to questions like, is there a user guide available for the product? Are the uncertainties documented? Is there a validation report available? And so forth. Are the data complete? Are data checks? Which data checks have been made? Is the data consistent? Are there missing values? Same thing we're doing for tools. We are checking whether the tools are working in the toolbox environment. These kind of things. On top of that, we are doing scientific independent assessments. So we provide the users with different diagnostics, different performance metrics. For example, how well is the data set performing to calculate trends, these kind of things. And at the very end, on top of that, perhaps the most important thing is that we want to guide the users, inform the users about what to do and perhaps what not to do with the data. So kind of strengths and weaknesses, all these kind of things. So at the end of the day, the user gets a full set of information, and we want to enable them to take their own decision, make their own choices, on which data would be the best for their particular use. So you can imagine that behind the scenes, it's quite a big team effort. That many groups are working on this. And you can also imagine that it needs so we need to cover quite a huge area, broad area of expertise for this. And also worth to mention, I think it's the first time that a climate service is actually doing something like that, something at that scale, I would say. So it's something quite unique, and we believe it will make the C3S actually quite unique. And this is only part of the story. If you look at the right-hand side of this slide, there's something which is kind of the broader aspect of quality assurance. So you know that C3S is very much a user-driven service, and that is something we take very seriously. We have built an operational database where we capture and manage all user requirements that we have gathered over different events. We have gathered a lot of requirements from the SISs, from the different sectors. Many workshops have been performed, many surveys have been carried out. We have a substantial activity to track all our help desk interactions with users for potential user requirements. And at the moment, we have over 3,000 user requirements in this URDB, user requirement database. And it doesn't stop there. So we actually look at all these requirements, we analyze them, we cluster them, we assess them for feasibility, criticality, what is urgent perhaps, what is a popular requirement, which requirements come up often and so forth, which something we would want to address quickly, all these kinds of things. So we're doing systematic analysis of all this. And at the end of the day, this informs and sort of drives the evolution of the whole service. Yeah, and I think I stopped there already. I'm happy to take questions. We have a roundtable in the afternoon. I'm looking very much forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, André. And we're moving to the last presentation, and this is given by myself. I think within 10 to 14 minutes we should finish. So let me try to share my screen here. That's the one. I hope you can see it.
Yes, fine, Stijn.
So I will talk about user engagement and training at C3S. Training is, of course, something which we have been doing for 3-4 years already, but user engagement in a structured way, at least, is something new. And it's what Carlo mentioned at the beginning. It's something on which we put much more emphasis. And it's not only about what I will be doing and what my team will be doing, but it's really to embed this concept much more in the different components of our service provision. So the aim of user engagement in C3S is to increase user uptake and satisfaction, to unlock new potential applications, and to provide training with the ultimate aim to enhance the impact of our service. So very broad. So we also need to focus, and we have a specific focus on one side to have a close engagement with the EU institutions and bodies, so they are really our clients, but also the European national and regional public authorities to serve climate data and application needs. And then second, also to support activities to boost the uptake by the academic, public and private sector, of course, as part of what we call the Copernicus downstream sector, as well as the UN agencies. So that's the aim of what we want to do with user engagement. And the strategy is built around 7 different blocks. And in my next slides, I will elaborate a little bit on these different blocks. They are mainly objectives for the future. So we only started this year. You will see much more, and it will all be developed over the next couple of years, depending, of course, also on the resources and budget available. The first one is to facilitate the creation of solutions. And it's very much linked to what Chiara mentioned on the SES. So it's to connect our core users with scientists, with technical experts to develop innovative solutions. So we listen to our customers, we listen to our users, and we see how we can develop specific applications for them. So it can be sector driven, it can be a mix of different sectors, it can be an indicator, it can be a workflow, it can be different things. Of course, we won't do this on our own. We always have to do it as in a way that we provides these tailor-made applications together with the domain specialists. So it's all about co-creation of knowledge, and we will, of course, need to rely on the existing expert communities in Europe to make this happen. But that's the first building block. The second one is to enhance user intelligence. So we need to understand what our existing and new users need. We also need to understand the societal trends, the political trends, and things like this to really fully unlock the potential of the service. So we have the internal user intelligence. Andre mentioned this with EuroDB and then the analysis of these user requirements. It's a massive amount of information. It's a huge source of information which enables us to evolve the service. But we also have to look at what our users need by segmentation. So we need to make different segmentations depending on the societal sectors, depending on the type of users, because not every user needs the same type of data and information or knowledge. And we also have to make an assessment based on priority policies. And it's only based on this segmentation that we can really target the different stakeholders and entities which we try to reach. And based on this, we will really develop these data value chains. We will see where we fit, which are the players, how can we access or what's needed for the access to infrastructure, what are the needs on capacity and skills, and what are the bottlenecks. And here it's important to really see ourselves as just one part of the data value chain. So C3S is really one element, but we need to map it before we can really define the strategy how to tackle this. We will organize sector-specific workshops, user days, and of course, we hope to do some targeted user uptake and capacity building activities. The third element is about fostering the downstream market. And several of you attending the Webstival today see themselves not only as a supplier of services, but also a downstream market. So the climate services, which are really small SMEs, research institutes, research universities, which all focus on using C3S data and developing derived products out of this. And we see it also as our obligation to support this, to make sure that you thrive and that you can use our data and information in the best possible way. There will be a new kid on the block. It's the USPA, it's the European Union Space Program Agency. It's a new agency which will be kicked off as of this year. And they will specifically focus on user uptake and on creating these downstream markets. And of course, it's our role to support them, especially for commercial and private bodies and others. But we also need to support the Horizon Europe as the successor of Horizon 2020. So the research activities will also still be supported, but it's really from a supporting role. So it's not something that we will keep on investing in. It's really about making sure that these initiatives have all the elements so they can do their activities, but that there is also feedback loop so we get feedback back and know what's really needed to make sure that we keep on serving the downstream market. There's one exception where we may intervene with the downstream market directly, and it's when we really need to serve the core users which are mentioned, the member states and the EU institutions. And there we can really think about dedicated actions, studies, and use cases to really make sure that we are policy relevant, and that we take on board all the knowledge which is there in the downstream market, be it private or public. Then let's move to the next one, promotion and marketing. It's of course something which is very important when you talk about user engagement, and it's something which is or will be organized together with my colleagues of communication team. And again, later this afternoon, David Armstrong will be there if you have more questions on communication. And if we focus on user engagement, it's really about three different things. First is to present and showcase what we're doing. It's also promoting what we're doing, and then promotion is making sure that we have the right material written in the language which is understood by the different stakeholders in the different user communities. And it's also thinking about marketing strategies. So how can we make sure that we reached with the right message to the different user communities and don't get lost in very large general messages, which of course are also needed, but if we want to focus different user communities, it's important to understand the language and the format in which this needs to be transmitted. The next point is, well, we need to liaise and collaborate with our different stakeholders. Partnerships are important with the EU, with transnational and UN bodies. But the big element and something in which we will invest really a lot in Copernicus 2 is to co-design and collaborate with member states. So we will really work together with the different ECMDF member states on national uptake initiatives, but also on capacity building, on training, and it's all need to be driven by their specific national needs. And if needed, we also need to work also, of course, in the national languages. Of course, we will work closely with all the national meteorological services because these are national counterparts, but for some activities, we may also work together with the national environmental agencies and departments. The fact that it's really co-designed is very important because it's the only way that we can make sure that our data, which is designed to be at a global and European scale, is also adapted and can be embedded in national uptake programs. And it's the needs depend on the countries. So in some countries, the needs are less, where you have a very well-developed national program, but in other countries, it may be more. A good example is what we're doing with the user days in Spain, which will take place in March. And this is something which we do together with the Spanish Meteorological Service and with BSC. So it's something I would like to make publicity on, and it's a nice example on how we want to move forward. And the last thing here, which I want to mention, is this new initiative on the Copernicus Knowledge Hubs. And it's really about making sure that there's a link with the communities. Then I have 2 slides left, and one is on training and knowledge transfer, something very important and on which we have a fully dedicated session later on by Chris Stewart. It's really about training on skill sets, but also knowledge transfer. And again, this collaboration with member states will be very important. And of course, it needs to be built and capitalized. We need to capitalize on the existing infrastructure which we have at ECMDF on, for example, e-learning and things like this. And then last but not least, and I think that's very important, is to act as a voice of the user. And this is already dominantly embedded in what user support is doing. And my colleague Chabo Yang will present what user support is doing in C3S, and it's a very important component of a service. But we need to foster this further. So we actively need to foster the fact that when we do things, we always need to have somebody who acts as the voice of the user. And user support is doing this, evaluation and quality control is doing this, and we will further develop these type of things now in Copernicus too. So these are the 7 building blocks on user engagement. With this, I think we have given a nice flavor of what we are doing in C3S. And I think with this, we can close the session, Janet.
Yes, thank you. Well, there's just 1 minute left. So unfortunately, there's no time for questions at this moment, but later on there will be time. So I hope we will hear the voice of the users or potential users during those sessions. Thank you all for the presentations and to give us a little bit insight in what is needed for operationalizing services like C3S is providing. We will now have a short break, the palate cleanser break, as we call it. I hope you will be back. Well, it's time for some refreshments. Unfortunately, we cannot provide it to you ourselves. It's virtual, but hopefully another time we can do that, provide you something. During the break, which is 15 minutes, Bex and Stacy will show you the trailer of the Bell House. And please be back in 15 minutes. So that means 14:40 in Central European time or 13:40 at GMT time. Thank you all.
Thank you. As Janetta says, this break will finish at 14:40 or 13:40 GMT. I will put that in the chat. Please do enjoy your refreshments. We realise it's lunchtime in the UK, but we now have Stacey, who's going to say a quick few words about the Bell House documentary that will be running during this break.
Cool. Hi everyone. So if you have been to one of our Webstivals before, you will have heard us talk about the exciting art and science collaboration that is Bell House. So in one of our first Webstivals, the Climate Europe, Collider and Bell House teams asked you, our participants, to experiment with Bell House. And from this, we created a playlist of your data and translated it into sound. We presented this at our last Webstival, and you can find out more about this on the Bell House website. So what Bell House does is translates the visual moving image and non-verbal communication into the chimes of beautifully handcrafted pottery bells. It is a playful experiment in how data in the form of moving images can be communicated or miscommunicated. So to capture what Bell House meant to all the different stakeholders involved in climate services, from the provider to the user, to the manager, to the policymaker, we have created a short documentary, and we're pleased to announce that this is the premiere. This will be available on our website, so if you can't stay to watch over the break, you need to go and get your lunch, don't worry. It will be on the Bell House website and also on our website. I'm going to share my screen and show the documentary, hopefully. Oh dear, technical problem. Bear with me.
While Stacey's loading that Bell House trailer, as we say, do enjoy your break, but I have also put the link to this trailer in the chat. It can be found at bellhouseproject.co.uk/Climate Europe-2020.
Thanks, Bex. It's just loading. So it's very slow, so might have to play this in the second break, I'm afraid.
Hey, no problem, Stacey. Well, Stacey's working on that. I do hope you've found sandwiches or indeed kebabs, as we're doing a street food theme today. For those of you that were here earlier, we had a logo graphic that featured as part of the quiz. If you spotted that your logo wasn't there, please do email it through to me at rebecca.parfit@metoffice.gov.uk. So the Bell House trailer will be on its way either during this break or later, but in the meantime, do enjoy your refreshments.
Okay, I have fixed the problem, and I am now ready to introduce the premiere of the Bell House documentary. Please enjoy, and I'm so sorry about the technical issues.
It was quite melodic and gentle and lovely.
It had rhythm. Something which just sort of permeates your brain.
It's a cocoon.
Like a greenhouse kind of, that chimes.
And then it was really like clang, 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 clang.
Feels like a kind of strange animal.
In our science community of weather and climate researchers and data providers, we have absolutely huge amounts of data and information that's produced on a daily basis. Traditionally, in years past, that data would just be packaged up into data sets. The researchers would hand the information over, and then the user just wouldn't be able to use it. They wouldn't understand it, or they would almost misunderstand it, and then it becomes almost useless.
We really wanted to get scientists or scientific communication closer to the user, to respond to their concerns, to their needs. In order for this to happen, communication is key.
They wanted it to disarm scientists and surprise them and catch them off guard and start new conversations about climate data and how it's communicated. It was an international call. There were over 60 responses from all over the world.
And we chose Rupert Johnston and his ceramic-based project, Bell House.
My name is Rupert Johnston, and I'm a potter, and I made Bell House. And I had an idea that I'd had a long time ago when I was at college, where basically I was frustrated with a bad batch of pots that had come out of the kiln that I didn't like the colour of, but I liked the sound that they made. So what I wanted to do was to present a different point of view on how we communicate climate science.
We were going to be videoing some of the speakers and then using their movement and the moving images to push through Bell House.
Because of its situation in the street in the Met Office, which is kind of in the middle of the main thoroughfare.
People would come out of all of the doors and be sort of wandering past and asking the question, what is that?
So it was a really lovely invitation to be curious, and it disarms people without you even doing anything.
And so we were asking them to give us data that we could play and then chatting about that amongst themselves, and then sometimes they would bring new stuff back and go, okay, so this is the same data that I gave you yesterday or the day before, but I've visualised it. In a sense, the Bell House became a kind of facilitator for other people's creativity.
There was definitely some scientists that would say things like, well, what's the point in that? I don't understand. It's just chiming. It doesn't, I don't recognize my data in it. It was a provocation for scientists to start thinking about how they presented their data.
Often as a scientist concentrate on how data is seen and interpreted through eyes. I've never thought of how my data is heard through sound.
Climate Europe asked the scientists who are part of that network to contribute their data to play on Bell House as part of the conference. So we were all getting ready for that, and then obviously the coronavirus happened, and so the conference became an online conference.
And so over the last few months, ROOP has been speaking to climate scientists and users of climate services, going back and forth, using different data to see how Bell House can translate that data. We can go away, work on something, come back, share. Some of the academics have fed back that they've started to think about how they present their data differently. So the back and forth with people has been much more meaningful and bespoke.
I started using climate services ever since I started working with wine. Climate services allowed me to understand what was the effect of climate on the actual taste of wine.
He sent an animation of water stress in leaves. In this particular vineyard, they can control the irrigation more sustainably. So they can just water parts of the vineyard to kind of even out the leaf stress and to provide the best conditions to grow the grapes.
And that converted into music, kind of echoes as a chant of the grapevine for water. All the information that has been produced in the last 10, 12 years by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the most important scientific work of our generation, yet the majority have no idea what it is. They don't even know that it exists, and they have no idea of how it can play out.
For a long time, science has been communicated through graphs, figures, tables of data at conferences, presenting to experts. We need new kind of interactive experiences where the participants are active in that experience.
Co-design is all about creating bridges of understanding between people with very, very different backgrounds.
Actually, if we're given different ways to understand or perceive things, maybe that will help us to come up with new ideas or solve problems.
Bell House can work as a reminder for everyone about climate change and the challenges that brings forward, but also more specifically for the scientists to take into account the needs and concerns and of people they are talking to.
The majority of people are not scientists, and many of them really did not have a good time in school when studying science, chemistry, physics or math. So when you are very rigorous about your science, you should not stop short of doing the final part of transmitting that information in a way that people can understand.
When you make a thing like this, the end result is like learning how to play it and understanding what it really does, because you don't know until you've done it. And then it's got its own agenda.
I particularly would like to see Bell House used in a few projects that I'm involved with, especially projects that are going across languages and cultures.
Usually when you think about wine, you think about smell, you think about taste, and now we have the possibility of giving wine some hearing as well.
As producers at Collider, we often talk about interruptive gifts. How do we interrupt people in their flow, but then gift them something really quickly, and then using that moment of surprise or disarming to start conversations about new things? You're starting this kind of dialogue without people even realizing it.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break and enjoyed that Bell House premiere. The link is available in the chat for those who would like to see it again. I would now like to hand over to Lola, who will introduce our next dish of the day. Hi, Lola.
Yeah, hi, Vex. So welcome back. I hope you enjoy our program so far. And let's continue with the interesting talks and discussions. And first, I would like to give a floor to Vladimir Djurdjevic, who is an associated professor in the University of Belgrade, and he also works in the Serbian Weather Service. Vladimir has expertise in climate modeling and climate data analysis. And in Climate Europe, he was involved into writing the report with the recommendations for the New Horizon, Horizon Europe. And Vladimir, we're very much looking forward your short summary, what is written in this report and what we need to working for the next years. Yeah, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Lola. I will share my screen just a second. Is it okay like this?
Yes, yes, I can hear it. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, great. I will present you the focus will be on the one part of the report, but I will present you for the beginning some broader view how we came with this report and how the report is produced. In general, the recommendation coming from the Climateurope project and it's drafted in some sense to support the Horizon Europe, the next cycle of research support, financial support from European Commission for research in Europe. The report is addressing the challenges and emerging needs for the Earth system modeling and climate services. And the report was produced by the expert group. The core of the group was consist of the people from the project partners, but also this group was enlarged, inviting another experts from this area. The starting point was the workshop, which was held in Paris in February 2019. And after preliminary version of this, all these recommendations were presented and discussed at the dedicated open meeting as a part of EGU in 2019 again. So finally, the final version of recommendations were delivered to European Commission, as I already said. The recommendation was published also as a standard report, let's say, within the Climateurope project, but also as a paper submitted to the BAMPS, and you can find the paper. It's already online, so you can check for the more details in these two publications. The publication, the paper published in BAMPS, it's some kind of encapsulated version of these recommendations, and you can find more details in this report published by a project. The recommendations was drafted in two groups. The first group was dedicated to the climate modeling, and another one was dedicated to the climate services. But in general, all recommendations have many crossing points, so it's not easy to make this kind of division. But in general, it was formal. But when you read the recommendation, you will see that there is many crossing points between them, and also the last set of recommendation was some kind how to make these links between climate modeling and climate services communities. Since this presentation is more dedicated to the operationalization of climate services, I will talk specifically more about one of the recommendation, and the recommendation is how to enhance diffusion of innovation and information for the climate services. The main message from this recommendation is to make some kind of move in terms of technology readiness of climate services, and to go to the level 7 or from level 7 to level 9 in terms of operational environment. Okay, so it's you have this division of the technology readiness level. So this level is the highest level of technology readiness. So the main message is that climate services should go to this highest level of readiness. So what were the gaps and barriers that were identified? Some of them is that information produced to fulfill something which is climate services does not always correspond to the user needs, because the users does not only need this climate information, but they also operate on many other sources of information that can be combined, and that in that kind of combination and mixing of different information, the decision making is happening. Okay, and another thing is that incremental changes, business practices is not always sufficient to be effective. So one of the things that was also identified is improvements are needed to our understanding how to reduce these barriers to the diffusion. So to make more, to make this, to go aside from this incremental step-by-step standard path. In that sense, the barriers was related to corporate inertia, regulatory uncertainties, competition of regulation, and ethics. So what was the recommendation to go over these barriers and to close these gaps? The first one was developing of operational demonstrators. So it means that we should need real-time service environments where climate information is integrated with non-climatic data sets. That was something that I already tackled talking about. So to close this gap, we really need to have this kind of operational service that combines many kinds of information and that is capable to support decision-making process. Another recommendation is the blending of timescales in climate services. We know that we produce the different products are dedicated to different timescales, going from seasonal forecast up to projections. We have this, which is something in between. It is the decadal forecast. So in that sense, the climate services should serve to follow all these different timescales, even starting from weather forecast, because we know that in the weather forecast we have this 2 weeks time window, then we have the monthly forecast, then we have a seasonal forecast, then you have something which is decadal prediction, and finally you have projections. So all this transition from one time scale to another should be smooth when you produce information that is needed by someone. And finally, to understanding and overcoming barriers to the climate services. So it's again, there is many barriers that can make this progress to slow down and to make the growth not enough as we expect. So in that sense, we should think about how we should think and better understand what barriers are and how to overcome it. We also identified links and synergies that can be useful in the future in terms of going to implement all this recommendation and to follow this recommendation. And some of possibilities is synergies with the Climate Kick, with GPI Climate or Copernicus program. Okay, that was very short for me because it's a lightning talk. So I think that we're going to have some questions maybe or something else. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vladimir. There are no urgent questions in the chat. Are there any spontaneous questions? Give people 1 second time for thinking. If not, we can address all these issues into the round discussions or roundtable discussions after this session. And now I would like to continue with the presentation of Samuel Marin. Samuel, is you here? Because Samuel is involved into another meeting. Samuel, are you here? Okay.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So, okay.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Okay. So, Samuel, so welcome to our Climateurope Festival. And Samuel leads the CNRM Meteo France CNRS. It's a long abbreviation, But in shortly, I think he likes to say it about himself that he is engaged into pure and applied snow science. And Simon, we're very happy to hear about your experience with working with the snow indicators across Europe.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see my screen? I finally managed to connect, and I can actually share my screen, contrary to what I expected. So that's actually good. Thank you. So thank you very much for having me, and just joined in, and I'm sorry that I have to leave afterwards. There is another meeting taking place right now. It's a meeting on climate action around France, both for mitigation and adaptation, and this is also organized on the same day. And we're talking about water resources and tourism in this other meeting, so that's very relevant to what I'm going to talk about at the moment. So I would quickly introduce this pan-European mountain and particular ski tourism meteorological and snow indicators and app, and that was developed part of a C3S sector information system on European tourism. So as in way, we all expect that ski tourism is very highly climate sensitive, and this winter and this particular day today is both timely because we are at the core of the winter time, and we have very high snowfall events taking place right now in the Alps with major amounts of snowfall tomorrow in France, Switzerland, Italy, that will probably lead to major avalanches. So it is very timely in terms of the date for this talk. It's also very untimely because many ski resorts are actually closed due to the COVID situation. Even though the snow conditions could be favorable, the ski resorts are closed because of the pandemic. So it's actually a very very weird situation at the moment. But nevertheless, if we think in the long term, hopefully at some point we'll get out of this pandemic, and then we can move on with a number of activities. So if we think of climate change impacts and risks to ski tourism, and these are extracts from the latest special reports from the IPCC on ocean and crust here, and if you look at the statements from the summary for policymakers, we stated in that report that in nearly all high mountain areas, the depth, extent, duration of snow cover have declined over recent decades, especially at lower elevation. And for the future, there are projections of decreases in low elevation mean winter snow depth compared to the reference period, likely on the order of 10 to 40% by mid-century, and amounting up to 50 to 90% for end of century high emission scenarios. So very strong changes in snow conditions, especially at low and mid elevation due to the rising temperature. In terms of the impacts on tourism, the statements clearly indicate that tourism and recreation, including ski and glacier tourism, have also been negatively impacted in many mountain regions. And in some places, artificial snowmaking has reduced negative impacts on ski tourism. So this sets the stage of the fact that if we're interested in snow conditions and in the operating conditions for ski tourism operators, in particular ski resorts, we cannot only rely on information relevant for natural snow cover, but we also have to account for snow management activities, and in particular grooming and snowmaking. And if we look at the projections like the future information from the same report, we can also see that high mountain tourism, recreation, and cultural assets are projected to be negatively affected by future cryosphere changes, high confidence, and that current snowmaking technologies are projected to be less effective in reducing risks to ski tourism in a warmer climate in most part of Europe, North America, and Japan, particularly beyond 2 degrees. So this is based, as any IPCC report, on a number of scientific studies, which are usually very different in the methodology, in terms of the scope, in terms of the indicators used. And in that context, we've developed through that C3S, SIS, a data set that encompasses the entire pan-European domain, which is unprecedented and is meant to allow for more meaningful comparison between various locations across Europe. To do that, I will not go into the details, but we use the snow cover model that accounts for snow management. So it doesn't only rely on natural processes, but also account explicitly for the impact of grooming and snowmaking in terms of the physics, but also in terms of the management rules. And we used the EURA 5.5 kilometer resolution reanalysis, that is now the European reanalysis on CDS, which have been used in terms of the weather information as a base as a reference data sets for adjusting based on a quantile mapping method, Eurocodex 12 kilometer resolution projections for the entire domain. We've identified a number of regions in Europe. So we worked using NUTS 3. So NUTS 3 means areas which make sense administratively speaking. So in France, those would be the départements. In Switzerland, would be the cantons. In other countries, those are different divisions of the administrative space. And we've identified a number of such nuts, three areas which are relevant for ski tourism and for mountain tourism in general. And we basically didn't go into much details for those locations which are beyond and outside the mountain regions. And we basically picked a number of points from this 5.5 kilometer resolution data set by steps of 100 meters elevation for those administrative units. And for that, and this allows it to compute past and future impacts of climate change on a number of indicators, about almost 40 indicators as a function of time, scenario, and elevation. And we didn't only compute mean and multi-annual averages, but we actually focused also on finer statistical indices, in particular quantiles, because when it comes to ski tourism and it comes to snow conditions, what matters is not the mean 15 or 20 years average of snow conditions. If you speak to a ski resort manager, if he has 3 years in a row with bad snow conditions, it doesn't help if you tell them that for the next 10 years it's going to be all right. What matters is really how frequently the conditions are below a given threshold. So that's the kind of information that we meant to compute. And so we identified a number of points across Europe for which we performed those simulations and computed all those indicators. So the data set has been made available on the CDS in the summer 2020. So all the data set is available, and you can log in and download the data for various time aggregations and for various variables relevant to the start and end of season, relevant to the amount of machine-made snow that is produced for those simulations, relevant to precipitation snow depth, and snow depth with and without snow making and with and without grooming, snow water equivalent that is relevant to the amount of snow, air temperature, of course, that is always good to have to provide context, and also potential snow making hours also to provide context to the results. So not only the data set is available, but also a specific app has been developed. So a prototype was designed during the contract with Copernicus when this entire data set was developed. And so this was developed by University of Reading Institute of Environmental Analytics. And based on this prototype, C3S staff has developed their own application based on the same principle, which makes it possible to navigate through the data set as a function of those various regions for the various indicators concerned. So again, we have different indicators and different settings for the configurations. And for the indicators, it depends on the variable, of course, but you can select whether you only want to get information about natural snow or groomed snow or snow with snow making, with different thresholds when it comes to snow depth, and different variables in terms of number of days or days when the season starts, and not only the mean, but also the quantiles, that is, what are the variables which make sense on a 10% or 20% of the year's reasoning. And there is also a feature that makes it possible to compare different regions. For instance, here, if we compare the situation in the Western Pyrenees with where I'm almost sitting today in Northern Alps, and if we compare all the way to Eastern Austria, you can see as a function of elevation the differences in terms of output, the number of days with snow depth above a given threshold, in that case using managed snow that includes grooming and snowmaking, and that would be for the end of the century in RCP 2.6 setting, that is with ambitious mitigation policies. So the number of combination is almost infinite, of course, but the idea was to provide this pan-European vision of the impact of climate change on indicators that are relevant for ski resorts operations, and that serves not only the need of ski resorts, but also other stakeholders like planners, like governments interested in that kind of questions. So different levels of understanding depending on the question that is asked. So we've developed this new European data set that addresses this challenge. The focus is mostly on mountain tourism, but it actually goes beyond, because many of the variables are also relevant for water management or available for ecosystem applications or other applications based on the same variables and indicators. And of course, many more indicators could be computed based on the same data set. Well, in short, the results are in line with previous assessments that there is a projection of major declines in snow reliability, but it depends on time horizon, elevation, and emission scenario. And this data set makes it very easy to compare the situation in the Alps, in the Pyrenees, but also in Turkey or in Scandinavia. And we can see that the differences are, and the timelines for the changes are very different. So again, the data is available on the CDS. So here are the two links to those data sets. So the data set top, on the top and the app on the bottom. And if you just click tourism in the search bar on the CDS, those data sets will pop up easily, because there are only few other examples where tourism was addressed in data sets made available. I don't have time to go into details, but those the indicators and the data set has been developed through a number of interactions with stakeholders to refine the nature of the indicators and how to present them. And there have also been tests through case studies. So we have examples where the data has been used by a number of organizations during the planning process for this contract, but also now that the data is available. I have at least one example in mind where a company from France is using the information from the CDS to address needs of a ski resort in Switzerland, to provide them information about past and future climate change impacts. And this complements, because the data is free, makes it easier for some stakeholders to go into them. But it's complementary to local high resolution studies, which account for more fine scale topography and more detailed ski resorts characteristics. So that was quite short, hopefully not too short, but please don't hesitate to ask me if you have questions, and I have further information to share. But I think that's the purpose of those lightning talks, to be quite short and to the point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samuel. It was really interesting. It was not short. It was really nice. Thank you very much. So we don't have any urgent question to you at the moment, but if it will be any, so we will ask you afterwards. So thank you very much again. And we have to move, sorry, but we have to move to another speaker. And we move from the mountain tourism to the cities. And I would like to introduce Philippe Lefebvre, who works in the climate service team of Vita in Belgium. Philippe, are you here?
Hello, yes.
Hi, Philippe.
Hi.
So let's talk about climate services for urban resilience. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm going to share my screen. So if you can just tell me if you see the slides, that would be very helpful.
Yes, I can see the slides. Make it, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you to the organizers to have invited us. So I am working at VITO, which is the Flemish Research Institute on Sustainability, Energy, and Circular Economy. So I'm part of the climate service team, and one of our core topics is urban climate services. So climate services are of value for urban authorities to help them in creating more resilient places for people to live and to work in. So I'm giving this presentation, but also would like to thank all our collaborators in the team. So I was a bit I had to think twice what I was going to tell you when the question came to talk about operationalization of climate services, but I've created a story, so I hope you will like it. So first of all, the cities of tomorrow, urban areas are the place where many things are happening. So cities are asked to become climate neutral. They have to be resilient against climate change. They have to be healthy environments for people to live in, to work in, to have leisure time. So they also have to deal with air pollution. So those are very complex things to manage. And on top of that, there are a number of megatrends such as climate change, aging population, and urbanization that is ongoing. So a lot of information and support is needed to guide this process in the right direction. So what are we talking about? What do I mean with urban climate services? So talking to urban stakeholders and administrations, they need data that is at the scale of their projects. So what do? We start from large scale climate model output, reanalysis, climate projections, as you can see on the top left. And then we have our in-house urban climate model, URCLIM. I will give you some more information afterwards, that allows to downscale these large-scale fields to fields at the spatial resolution of, for example, 100 meter, which is the right resolution to map the whole city. And in the second step, we even go further. We combine the model output with three-dimensional data of buildings and vegetation elements to create maps that are really fine, very high resolution at the meter scale, and that allow to resolve different streets, parks, and buildings. So there you go down to the level of individual projects in the city. So, but okay, urban administrations do not want raw data. They are interested in specific information, tailor-made information, services and tools to help them. So I'm just going to give you a few examples. And here you see an analysis that we did for the city of Liège in Belgium. So we did urban climate modeling for current climate, for future climate. But in this case, we combined it with other expertise available at Vito, where the urban growth is also modeled, and also the population growth of the city is modeled, because until 2040, it is expected that there will be 50,000 more people living in the city. So if you combine all that information, you can come up with a graph on the top left where you see the number of people or the distribution of the people where they are living in terms of exposure to heat wave days. So this information is used by the city to let's say, to support development of action plans and strategies to be prepared. So heat waves will become more and more a problem for cities to deal with. Another example I want to show you is an example that we worked out in collaboration with Witteveen and Bos and Delva for the city of Roeselare, also a Flemish city. And there we have been supporting them in providing the maps for the urban adaptation planning. And on the middle map, you see the thermal comfort map. We use the indicator, the wet bulb globe temperature. And on the right-hand side, you see a post-processed map where the distance for every, say, every location in the city to a public cool spot has been mapped. So this provides very concrete information on where do we have to invest in cool spots so that all people have access to public cool areas. This is a kind of an adaptation measure. Another measure would be to promote, for example, air conditioning in housing, but that's a typical example of maladaptation. It can lead to increased energy use, and that's exactly what we want to avoid. Another example is where we have not limited ourselves to the delivery of customized analysis, but where we have developed an online tool. This is the EcoAdapt climate portal, which allows for a city administration to select areas and to analyze different thematics. So not only heat stress, but we have also mapped here noise exposure, air quality, biodiversity. So here we have integrated different expertises. So the climate service part is an element of a bigger service, which is also, and creates a solution, a tool that is much more user-friendly and responds to the user needs. So coming back to our model, so we're able to do all this urban climate mapping using the URCLIM model, which has been developed. And I think there are two particular features that make it interesting for urban climate services. So first of all, it's a fast model. You can see the rabbit at the bottom of the slide. So it's a fast model which allows us to calculate long time periods and to produce climate representative maps. So we produce hourly maps for, let's say, time periods of 20 to 30 years. And the second feature that I want to highlight is the link with the Copernicus services, land monitoring and the climate change service, which provides us the necessary input to configure the model for, let's say, any city in the world. So this makes it a fast, globally applicable, high resolution urban downscaling model. So we also had to invest in validation, because and so we even had to install our own measurement instruments in cities to do this validation, because it's not a standard location for a World Meteorological Organization to have measurement or to have meteorological stations. So mostly the guidelines for stations are that they have to be installed on sites that are representative for a larger area. So you need a homogeneous spot. So and inside cities, it is very heterogeneous. So most official weather stations are not located inside cities. So as an example of this global and global applicability and it being a fast model, we have created data for 100 cities that has been integrated in the climate data store. So this was a bit an overview of what we do. And I want to come back to the question that was asked to me, okay, to what sense or in what sense or what is important for you to be operational? So VITO is a research organization, but we do a lot of contract work. So, okay, for us to be operational means that, okay, the customer comes first. So we are a customer-driven organization. So we listen to the customer. We also had to think multiple times, who is our customer? So the urban environment is quite complex. You have the administrations, but you have a lot of organizations and partners around the city. So yeah, you have to listen to the customer very carefully. And so it's the user that drives the innovation. So another element is that, okay, to be able to respond to the user needs, we have to collaborate. So I've shown here the logo of the Climate Fit City project, in which we have been collaborating with a lot of thematic experts. So those experts can be health experts, mobility experts, energy experts. So as a climate scientist, you cannot have all that expertise available in-house. Even if VITO is a bit a specific company, we have energy divisions and health divisions, but still collaboration with experts on different fields is crucial to come up with an integrated solution. And on the bottom left, I have shown a few screenshots of tools. I think it's not only about data, it's about information, specific information, also tools. Another thing that's important is that you need to invest in quality assurance. So you see that a few screenshots of scientific papers. So we still invest in scientific publications because we think it's important to continuously strive towards scientifically sound assessments that are validated. So and that really helps also in the communication with the end users. Copernicus for us is a big advantage. It allows us to be globally active and also to upscale our activities from a small region as Flanders to other regions in the world. And lastly, I want to highlight the fact that you need a multidisciplinary team. So we don't only have climate scientists, we also have a very large, let's say, IT expertise that helps us in, IT team that helps us in processing large data sets, let's say also increase the efficiency of scientific modules, also develop web applications and so on. So I would like to thank the whole team on this occasion. So I think those are the most important elements. I've forgotten certainly many other important things, but I think those are important for us. So thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much, Philip. There are no urgent questions, but so your conclusion is it's a very nice bridge to another topics, and maybe the questions are pop up in another discussions. But again, just before going further, just if you have any questions to our speakers, just put into the chat and we forward it to our presenters. So then I give the floor to Tyrone. We'll guide you through.
Thanks, Lula.
Yep.
Great, thank you very much, Lula. Right, I will move on as quickly as possible to our next item, which is a panel discussion on the barriers to operationalization. And we are running slightly late, but I'll just let the panel members know that we will shift the agenda by 5 minutes, so they'll get the full length of time for their session. So I'm going to pass to Haraleas Lukos, who is chairing the discussion. Haraleas is the founder of the Climate Data Factory. And Haraleas, if I could pass to you now, and you can introduce the other members of the panel. And while you're doing that, I will share my screen, and I'm going to share the word clouds that we generated from the icebreaker quiz this morning. So please, Haraleas, if you could take it away.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much for the invitation, Tyrone, to chair this session. Just about the Climate Data Factory, we're here to support other organizations in integrating climate forecast and climate projections. So help others with this issue of operationalization. So if we have here the word clouds, that would be great, because I have a panel of 3 people. Here we'll have first Hasse Gossen, who is the founder and director of Climate Adaptation Service in the Netherlands, which is a non-for-profit organization working with cities and corporates on climate adaptation. We have also Juan José Sáenz de la Torre, I hope this is pronounced right. He's the head of communications at Predictia, which originally is a spin-off company from the University of Cantabria, and who applies artificial intelligence on climate and weather modeling. Then we also have Samantha Burgess from the Copernicus Climate Change Service. He's the deputy director there. So Tyrone, I don't see the word cloud, but it seems to me that, yes, thank you. It seems to me that we have two types of input there. One which is more market side oriented about what I need to reach many users, and this is like the communication issue. And on the other side, we have another question, which is what I need to better serve my users, or to better serve many users, which is more on the product and the technical side. So I would ask Hasse and Juan Jose to share their experience on that from their own products and services. And eventually, if Samantha can give us some insight or learnings about the downstream services that use the CCS data, that have the availability of this data, what are the issues that the users encounter in those aspects? So Hasse, please go ahead. Hopefully you're here.
I see a very interesting word cloud. Communication comes out very big, and I can support that. The importance of visualization and clear communication is really important, I think. Yeah, one of the tools we've been using, story maps, have been really successful. And what we try to do with our clients is together develop a climate narrative which is positive and action oriented, and that works really well. We also use the word boardroom proof. So coming to clear recommendations, clear visualizations, and storytelling is really important. That's what I definitely recognize. Yeah, and a barrier that I see is that still there is a potentially very large market for climate services, but not developing. And I think the complexity of working with climate data is really a barrier. So you need right now still hardcore Python coding capacity and processing of complex CDF data sets. Yeah, that makes, I think that still is a barrier. So if we could work on that, that would be great.
Okay. Jose, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, very well, thanks.
Yeah, so as Hasse said in the final bit, one of the barriers that we are facing is that the market is quite fragmented. I mean, Chiara from Copernicus also said in her presentation that they are addressing many different sectors. And for example, for us at Predictia, we have recently launched ClimateJust, a climate service that is addressed to let the user get his own or her own bias-adjusted climate projection. But these climate projections, for example, are interesting for many different sectors, for agriculture, for urban planning, for people working in insurance or renewable energies. And as in the word cloud is stated, communication is a big barrier to get in touch with these users. And in communication, we face also many barriers. One of the barriers is also communicating the service in a sense that we do not use any jargon coming from the climate scientist part. But another thing, for example, for us, when we are dealing with private actors, is confidentiality, because, for example, climate projections for them is a very strategic product, and they make very important business decisions based on these climate projections for the long term. So if we want to get other people in the room from the private sector, we need to use the results from the projections that we use with specific players, but they do not want that information to go public. So for us, for example, confidentiality is one barrier that we have to tackle a lot. I don't know if, for example, Samantha, is something that you are finding this as well.
Well, just to understand better, you mean that when you serve the climate projections, you also discuss the issue with the clients?
Yeah, this is something that we discuss because, for example, when we are talking with people working in wine sector, they are looking to use these projections to see where the new lands for them will be more reliable in the future. So this key piece of information of the good locations for wine cellars is very important for them. So, but we need to be able to create useful use cases in order to attract new clients for us. So it's a sort of balance that we need to have.
And they don't want to share the use case.
They don't want to share the use case because for them it's a very important piece of information. So we have to develop use cases where this information, for example, is not revealed, but in that case the use case is not as strong as you give the specifics.
So it's the confidentiality issue that brings a barrier about demonstrating the value of the service.
Yeah, that's one barrier. There are many others, technicals and so on, but for us at the moment that it's one important barrier.
Okay, excellent. Yes, I forgot to say that to people that don't hesitate to ask questions in the chat, so we can take them if we have a few minutes. Otherwise, we will punish you by keep on talking. So Sam, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Yes, hello, Sam. Do you think you can say anything about those issues? If you have any learnings from, for example, the demo projects or the use cases that C3S has been supporting for generating downstream services, if you have learned something about those issues, about operationalization through those.
Sure. So I guess the short answer is that we've learned a lot. And the more complicated answer is it's really hard to distill that in a few pithy sentences. So as we heard earlier on this afternoon, we have a user requirements database, which at the moment has over 3,000 requirements within it. And part of our review process is to look at those requirements and try and prioritize those and build them into our developmental process. And these really range from use case to use case of what they may be. And they range from, what colors we use for our interfaces to the way we subset the RCM, GCM ensembles, to the type of files that we use and the challenges associated with GRIB versus NetCDF. I think one of the nice examples that we do have is how useful these these use cases seem to be. So, for example, just in the past week, there are 132 users of SIS, so sectoral data sets in the last week, and these 132 users downloaded over 2 terabytes of data. And we know from our statistics that over a third of these were non-academic users as well.
I see. But this is more about if I'm not mistaken, about the C3S products themselves. What about the products of other actors that use the C3S data to generate their own services and to include in their own products as a downstream service from C3S? And
yeah, so I think so. Sorry.
Yeah, if you upgrade the data part that C3S is very strong in providing, for example, that alleviates one part of the problem for those users and left them with other types of issues. I was wondering if you know what other barriers they encounter except the data, the access to data barrier.
Mm-hmm. So access to data has certainly been resolved to some extent, although there's still, so within that database of 3,000 requests, many of those are from the downstream sector to ask us to improve synergies, improve documentation, all sorts of things to make their lives easier. But in terms of specificity, I guess this is one of the challenges that we see, that often companies and SMEs, like we've heard from already today, they don't like to share their specifics because of client confidentiality. And I think that's one of the challenges that we face in the immaturity of the market requiring climate services, that often you develop use cases or demo cases that are very bespoke, and then what you've created for those clients, they don't like you replicating that for other types of businesses, whether it's in the same business or a complementary business. And whereas ultimately that's the business model of creating something that's useful and then ensuring that a number of organizations or businesses can use that. And I think that is a challenge. And I think in terms of the market, it's really a lot of people are still coming to understand why, they know that they need climate information, but they don't really understand for what. And again, we don't really have those great examples yet of the business proposition of why it's so useful. So how they can save money, how they reduce their likelihood of stranded assets, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I propose there are a couple of questions coming up on the chat, so I would propose to try to address them. One of them is from Eustace Kazis from Vilnius University, asking how we can avoid the duplication process of services, products with other data platforms and projects. I mean, it's an emerging market here, and it seems that there are several initiatives that overlap or try to produce the same type of services. How can we avoid that? Or even if it's necessary to avoid that? What do you think? Who can answer? Who wants to go ahead with this?
Can I take the floor?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure that it's something to be avoided, as you mentioned, Harilaos. Because, for example, in your case at the Climate Data Factory, you are offering bias-adjusted and downscale data for specific cities, if I understand it right.
Yes.
And we are offering a similar service, but slightly different, that it's more where the user can upload the data and get tailored data for specific areas. So I think that although from the outside it may seem as a duplicate service, so to speak, they talk differently to different users, and altogether we are able to reach more people and also make the people aware that they are in need of this kind of data sets.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I'm in line with you.
Yeah.
Hasse, do you want to add something on that?
Well, I was just looking at the word cloud, and I see the word standards there, and there was just one thing that popped out to me. I think standards, but also policies can be really important in creating a demand for our services. And one example is the TCFD that has now created a huge demand for climate risk information for the financial sector. And in our country, there is now a compulsory policy for all cities, all municipalities to perform climate stress tests. And that has really boosted the market. So yeah, in terms of creating a market for climate services, I think having those policy anchors is really important. And
okay. I think, Tarun, we have an extra 5 minutes. Is that correct, or should we stop here?
No, you can keep going for another 5 minutes, Harles, and we'll start Chris Stewart's talk in 5 minutes' time. We'll take 5 minutes from the break.
So let's see about the...
Well, if I can just add on to Hasse's answer, I think he makes a really good point, and this gets back to the element of market immaturity and how you build in regulation and therefore a requirement to disclose things like climate risk versus business leadership, so that businesses see the incentive and the benefit to their business of disclosing climate information. And I think, you know, the TCFD is a great example. And when you look at leveraging finance, having the investors really reviewing the information that goes into climate risk and having transparency on that information and robustness, this gets back to the evaluation and quality assurance that's required to understand that the baseline data is robust and credible, but also that there's trust in the downstream services and what methodologies and algorithms they've applied to either downscale or bias correct and that kind of thing.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. There is a question from Anka saying that fragmentation clustering by sector is only one way to structure the landscape. Another would be by the technical literacy of the user, which is a service to purveyors may well look very different from one for end users, decision makers. Would this help make the services more successful? Hasse, Juan Jose, do you want to comment on that?
I need some time to digest this question, I'm afraid.
I think that, you know, at the beginning, a few years back, we were seeing the value chain of climate services as something, you know, very linear. You have the notions of, you know, the data purveyor, the data provider that came up, the end user, and with a very linear view of the value chain and the services. What it seems now that, as commented by Anka, it's not only fragmented by sector, but within each sector, it's also fragmentation with different types of audiences, different types of end users, different types of needs. Mm-hmm. And this fragmentation might make things more difficult for one actor to address all of them, but actually requires more tailoring and bespoke services to that.
I think that Anka wanted to add something because I see her.
I was trying to clarify, maybe helps Hasse get the better idea of what I was trying to say. A single supplier of services will never be excellent at providing everything for everybody. It requires infinite resources almost. So my suggestion here is, okay, segmentation by sector makes perfect sense because the type of information that people want is common within a sector, regardless of who the player is. But I think when we think about it from the perspective of how technically literate and willing to engage are these users, that our main audience, then we might find a better match between the thing we offer and the thing that the market offers. And the C3S is aiming to stimulate downstream services and activities. I think this is an important thing to remember. Which audience are we trying to treat? Because all these comments we see in chat about communication issues, they're serious matters. But Freya asked it explicitly, I think. Where is the role of somebody like C3S in this particular type of feature?
Yeah, but if I may say something about that myself, I think we have a bias here where you have climate people or climate purveyors trying to do this reaching out. And we are completely, or maybe not completely, but we are forgetting about existing players that have nothing to do with climate services, that are already in contact with clients about, selling them other types of consultancy services, like sustainability services, for example. And they are already there. They know the terms of the client. They know they have an existing relationship, trustful relationship with their clients. And we would, in democratizing and mainstreaming adaptation and resilience, it would be faster to get them into the loop and support them in including climate services, data, forecast, whatever, this type of expertise through training, through data, through support, instead of doing things ourselves, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And that would allow, expanding the climate services to people that don't present themselves as a climate service.
For example, at Predictia, that's one of the situations that we are facing, that it's much more easier for us to get in contact with this type of consultancy services where they already have the infrastructure, the knowledge, and also the attitude. They are willing to engage with our data. So we provide the climate expertise thanks to Copernicus mainly, because we rely on them for all the raw data, and then we do the post-processing. And then they are the ones in touch many times with the end user. That can be renewable energy companies, they can be insurance, they are many sectoral. Yeah. So in our experience, that has been one of the most successful cases for us as a company and part of our business model.
Great. Well, I think
sorry to interrupt, Haralays. Sorry to interrupt. We're now running over time slightly. I think it's the usual thing that the conversation is really starting to get going whenever when we run out of time. So apologies. We need to move on to the next speaker. But thank you, Haralays. That was great, and thank you to all of the panel members. That was a really interesting discussion, and there's a fascinating discussion going on in the chat box where there's an analogy between climate services and the COVID-19 vaccine. So I'd encourage people to get involved in that. But we should move on to the next speaker, who Bex is going to introduce.
Hello again, everyone. A big thank you to all the panelists and the sous chef Tyrone for that discussion. Please feel free to continue with it in the chat. And similarly, that is an option for the next talk. And I would like to now introduce our next speaker. It's Chris Stewart, and Chris is the Copernicus Training and Knowledge Transfer Officer at ECMWF. In a slight amendment to the agenda, he will now be presenting on the user learning services of the Copernicus Climate Change Service. Chris, are you there?
Yes, thank you for that introduction, Bex. I think my presentation follows on quite nicely from the last part of that discussion. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so can you all see my screen correctly?
Yes, we can, Chris. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So a fundamental component of C3S as an operational service is to guide our users along their journey and to equip them with the skills and the knowledge that they need to make the best use of our products and services. So this is what we aim to do with the user learning services. And what we provide is free online training resources, so e-learning material that can be accessed anywhere at any time by anyone, so allowing for self-paced learning. Also systematic in-country training that we provide across the different EU countries and ECMWF member states. And these are provided in the local language. And then finally, we offer a train the trainers approach to scale our efforts and really maximize the benefits and the impact. So the user learning services is, we have a contract for this, and the prime is the Wageningen University and Research. The target audience we're aiming to reach are sectoral end users, so from the different sectors, but also different types of users across public and private industry and academia. And these include consultants and researchers, MSc and PhD students, climatologists, and data experts. The bulk of the user learning services comprise these in-country trainings. So these are systematic training events targeted to individual countries, carried out in the local language. And in this graph here, you can see the trainings that have been carried out in the past in different shades of red. So in 2018, 19, and 20. And in different shades of blue, the ongoing and the future training events. So we almost finished going through all these countries. We still have Romania, Iceland, Sweden, and we have 5 training events currently ongoing. A big transition was during COVID. So initially, the training courses were blended, so part online, part face-to-face. But due to COVID, we had to adapt, we had to evolve, and we changed the structure to be entirely online. So the impact of these trainings is not just to the individual participants of these training events. We have users who use our e-learning material, and these are worldwide. So you can see from this chart, all of the users of our learning experience platform, which is a learning management system, in which we have all our e-learning material that's available for anyone. And these can be accessible from anywhere at any time. So here you can really see in the different shaded colors, the users we have of this platform worldwide. So just some numbers to highlight the impact. Currently, we have 3,345 users on this learning experience platform. We have on average 25 to 30 participants per in-country training. And we have more than 70 participants from 30 different European countries who have been trained so far in these in-country training events. And also we have managed to create a network of over 60 trained local trainers from 30 different countries who are capable of really transmitting the message of achieving the highest possible impact by training other trainers. And you can see in these graphs some examples of the feedback we get from the participants. So at the end of each training course, we have a survey which we ask participants to complete. And not just immediately at the end of the training event, but also sometime later, further down the line, we send a refresher survey to really understand, 6 months later, what has been the impact of the trainings. So now if we go into the specifics, as I mentioned in 2020, we had to adapt the structure of our trainings to be entirely online. And this is the structure we have of the online in-country training events. So this is a really comprehensive, thorough training event over 5 weeks. And despite the fact that that everything is online, we still have interaction through webinars. We have online assignments, we encourage group discussions, we encourage participants to really get together and work together throughout this 5-week period. And it's structured in such a way that we begin with an introduction, then we really define the user's needs, so of each individual participant. We train them up in the use of the data and the tools that we have in C3S. And then the majority of the training is really them developing a case study using the data and the tools that we have to really solve a particular problem that they have over the course of the training. And then at the end, they present the results. So they can work in groups, they can work in smaller groups or larger groups. And the idea is that they really get a practical hands-on experience in using our products and services. The online training is a very large component of that, makes use of our learning experience platform. So this is a typical learning management system. So, and like any LMS, it has certain functions, certain key functions. So it has a repository of all our e-learning resources, all of the lessons. You can track your progress. You can see whether we can see whether they've been completed. And we also have a discussion forum, and we have a place where participants can upload their assignments and get feedback. So these can be marked by the training team. So this learning experience platform developed by Valamis, a Finnish company, this comprises the kind of bread and butter of our online trainings. So here you can see the e-learning lessons, so the resources that are available on this platform, and they include lessons in all of the typical products that we provide. So the reanalysis, seasonal forecasting. Also, we have lessons in, for example, bias adjustment, monitoring and evaluation, and also the different sectoral applications. In addition to the in-country trainings, we also have train the trainer events where we really train the training team that are then used to provide the training in each of the in-country training events. And these are carried out in the Netherlands, the trainers are co-organized and lead face-to-face in-country training events using the e-learning resources that we have provided. And the idea here is to really scale our efforts to really achieve the maximum impact. So some future training activities, in addition to the in-country trainings that we still have to provide, we will also have a training event in Africa. So the objective of this is really to learn how to use the C3S data and tools for producing climate products for State of the Climate reports. Now, this is a requirement that came from our African stakeholders. So it's not something that we came up with, but it's something that has been requested. And this training event is jointly organized with the African Center for Meteorological Applications for Development, ACMAD. And the participants of the training will be from the regional climate centers of WMO, National Met Services, and other African organizations. And you can see the structure of this training will be similar to our online events. It'll take place over a period of weeks. So it's not just a one-off webinar. This is really a structured event lasting over a period of time where the participants really get their hands on the data and they do some practical exercises. And the idea is for them to have something that they get at the end. Another future activity is a MOOC that we will launch, a massive open online course. So the purpose of this is really to reach out to as many people as possible. This MOOC will be structured over a period of 4 weeks. It's not just targeted to one country, it's really worldwide. So we're trying to get as many users. That's really the main purpose of a MOOC. So the first week will be about climate science fundamentals in the C3S. Then the second week will be about the different types of data, to understand the different types of data. Then week 3 will be more on the technical processing, using the toolbox and the tools that we offer. And then week 4 will be on the different kind of sectoral applications. And finally, this is another activity that's future activity, but here it's about Jupyter notebooks. We're developing a series of Jupyter notebooks. This is for ad hoc events, but we will have in the future a set of notebooks that are really for data scientists, people who want to understand technically how they can get their hands on the data, how they can process the data, and these will be available on a repository. Already we have some notebooks available, and we'll have more in the future. So that was just a brief overview of the user learning services and the training that we provide in C3S. Here are some useful links. So the user learning services, also the learning experience platform with all our e-learning resources. And if you want any questions, if you need to find out more, then please do contact us. Also, if you want to share any requirements, or if you have any questions at all, then you can contact me. You can contact Anne-Marie Groot. And with that, I conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. That was really clear. We do have a couple of comments in the chat. One from Halios at the Climate Data Factory, who has highlighted that there is an initiative that they started with Climate Kick to guide providers and clients in the landscape of climate services, and there's a link provided. And Janetta has made a point about the creation of a network of people in the country can potentially help each other with their different expertise, and this is also potentially important. Do you agree? And this is about creating a network of people within the country.
That's absolutely fundamental, because obviously there's a limit to what we can do. We can train in terms of, providing training. You can train a finite number of people, and you will never make a significant impact unless you know that the people you train can really take that further and create a network themselves and really disseminate the message. So the idea is to develop a pool of trainers who can really scale up our activities. So I fully agree that that is a fundamental aspect.
Wonderful. It also, Halios has also said C3S could also give visibility to downstream services using C3S data.
Yeah, exactly. That's another very important aspect to really increase the visibility of our products and services. What we want to do, one of the main challenges that we have actually, is to ensure that we're reaching the right people, targeting new users as well as existing users, and really to ensure that they can to support them in their journey to fully understand the data and to make the most out of it. So so that's a very important, that's definitely a very important aspect.
Thank you, Chris. I think that's all our questions, but if you're happy, I'll advise everyone to put any outstanding questions in the chat, and also thank you for providing your email address on the slides. Thank you, Chris. That was great. Thank you very much. So it is now time for some crepes. You are welcome to enjoy your refreshments while viewing our rolling notices slides. It is indeed break time. We've run slightly over, so this break will stop at 16:05 Central European time, or 3:05 GMT, and I hope you're all ready for the next session. Thank you very much, everyone. See you shortly. Oh, Janetta, you've got a question. Sorry, yes.
One thing, after the break, we will have the parallel sessions, and for parallel session 2 on communication and user engagement for climate services, people have to use another link. So be aware of that, and that link is in the joining instructions. So use that, please, if you want to join that session. Yes?
Thank you, Jeanette. Yes, I'll mention that again, and if we could copy that link into the Zoom chat, that would be great. And I'll call everyone back then at 16:05 CET. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
We need sustainable growth.
We attribute innovation is the key. There is alarming evidence. Don't have time to lose. The time is now.
You got all of us in a room.
Don't make money. Not future.
We need sustainable growth.
We attribute innovation is the key. There is alarming evidence. Don't have time to lose. The time is now.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome from your break. I hope you're suitably refreshed. I would now like to hand over to Paula, who will introduce our parallel sessions and the next menu item. Paula, are you there?
Hi there, Bex. Yes, thank you. I am. So welcome back, everyone. For those of you who expect to be in a session around maintaining and delivering a climate service, then fine, you're in the right place. If you're planning on attending the other parallel session, then you'll have to leave this one, join the other meeting, and then come back in here in about 35 minutes time. So I'm going to now just hand over to Tyrone Dunbar, my colleague from the Met Office, who is going to facilitate this parallel session on maintaining and delivering a climate service.
Thanks, Paula. So I'm just going to share my screen. So hopefully you can see I've got a slide displaying now saying welcome to parallel session 1. So this is a roundtable discussion where we're going to be discussing insights from hosting a climate service around maintaining and delivering a climate service. So we have a really great panel of people, experts from the Copernicus Climate Change Service. I think you've met most of them already, so I think most of them presented earlier on in the C3S testimonial presentations, but in a second or two I'm going to invite them to introduce themselves briefly and also answer a question that I set for them. And then I've got a couple of follow-on questions that I'm going to ask them. But after we've done those opening questions, then I'm going to throw the floor open to everyone from the audience. So I'm really keen for everyone in the audience to get involved in this roundtable discussion. So if you've got any comments, do please put them in the chat box. So for the panel members, if you want to speak, you can either just say that to me or put your virtual hand up in Zoom. For audience members, please put your comments and questions into the chat and I will invite you to speak. And I'm really keen to get as many people from the audience as involved in this. So I will ask you to put on your video and ask your question and join in the discussion. So I shall now ask the panel members in order if they could just one or two sentences about their role in C3S. I realize I've already presented earlier, but just to refresh our memories about what their role is in C3S. And I'm also hoping that the panel members could give us, tell us about the biggest challenge that they face in their work. So what's the biggest challenge they introduce themselves and maybe say what their role is in C3S and in their work. So what's the biggest challenge they fight? What's the thing that happens behind the scenes that most people aren't aware of that they have to deal with, the biggest challenge they have? So Angel, are you there? Would you be able to introduce yourself briefly and tell us what the biggest challenge you face in your role as the Climate Data Store team manager? Hello, Angel, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, I was mute.
No problem.
Just talking with myself. No, it's just to first of all, just to let you know, the sound was not good. So I think some people was struggling to hear your introduction.
Okay. Sorry. Did you hear my opening question?
Yeah. For the question, I was able to understand. So I will answer you. My answer is more focused. I think other colleagues will be more focused in the content, in the thematic area. I'm more. My answer is focused on what is the infrastructure that supports all the implementation of the service. So the principal challenge that we have is to be able to accommodate all the increasing demand in terms of users and resources and data that we receive with having and offering a robust system. So for us, it's a big challenge to find the right balance between being able to satisfy this user demand and protect our system. And an important question here also is also a challenge that user support is quite involved and has a very important role to play with, is to train the users in order to make an efficient use of the system. Apart from that, an important thing that we are trying to put in place, and we have done all the possible in our side, is to have a platform which is able to escalate accordingly, and that we can extend and to accommodate all these resources. Is the reason why from the very beginning we decided to deploy all the infrastructure in a cloud environment. We try to create an open framework in which we can include incoming requirements, so having the flexibility to include new adapters, to interface with different data providers, to have this, to include more and more things into the system. Even so, we still need to modernize a little bit more the platform, and for this we are looking for the next phase in order to implement new challenges, as to be able to cope with the user requirements in order to allow them to interact better with the system. But coming back to, it just is my last sentence, coming back, we need to be careful. Coming back to my example of the concert, we are in the backstage. So even when we need to be able to provide magic to the users, we need to guarantee the security and the integrity of the stage. And for this is one of our main important questions. Yep. Tyrone?
Thank you. It's Bex here. I think we've lost connection with Tyrone, albeit briefly. If possible, if we could hand over to Freya for a quick introduction to your role and your biggest challenge.
As those of you who were here earlier today, I presented what I do, which is basically to be in the kind of last step of the Copernicus value chain, or not the last step, but rather the step where there is a direct user of a specific kind of final product rather than users earlier on. And I think for me, now we hear some background noise, it's fine. For me, the biggest challenge is to convey the challenge of something that Chiara raised, which is to get to use like useful information out of data is not a instantaneous thing, but it's something that needs work, and it needs you need to understand the data for the specific purpose you want to use it for. And this is a challenge I find, both in terms of I think this is a challenge that goes both ways. I think it's not always kind of understood, neither for those that ask for the information, nor for those that put the structures in place to provide that information. I think for me, that's the biggest challenge. Basically, the expectation is just because you have a big collection of data, you suddenly have useful information, and from that usable knowledge, as Chiara then extended it, and that is for sure not the case.
Hello, thanks Freya. Sorry, I'm back. I'm afraid my my laptop stopped working for a second and disconnected me from Zoom, which is of course typical that would happen just when I'm meant to be chairing a session. So apologies, I missed the end of what Angel was saying, and I only just caught the end of Freya, what you were saying. But I think you were talking about this issue of you know, we can have a lot of data, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have a lot of useful information. So how do we convert that data into information? Maybe you can move on to ask the next panel member to introduce themselves. So, Anke, maybe could you give us a brief introduction to yourself and tell us about the challenges you face? So you lead the C3S activities underpinning climate prediction and projections.
I then don't need to introduce myself any further.
Yeah.
I'll jump straight in. I think, and then this came to me in the last few minutes as I was trying to think really what is the biggest challenge that I face. And I think it's a big one. It's about facilitating the access in a sense of understanding and proper use to highly technical content to the wide variety of the audience that comes to C3S. And this may be, and I'm sure it is, and let's talk about climate projections simply here, because otherwise it gets too big and I'll be speaking till tomorrow morning. But in the case of climate projections, I would like to revisit the question that Sylvie brought up in the chat earlier, because it is related to this. So I still am prepared to argue that climate services live on a back of activities which are not designed primarily for that purpose. So they have to face the challenge, and we have to face the challenge of combining information that was derived for other very noble purposes, but where the priorities of climate services were not taken into account at the design stage. So the first challenge we face is providing a critical mass and a range of information and of data from which people can extract the information that gives them the confidence to proceed. We do have to put the technical solutions in place, but also we need to provide the interpretation. I was bringing up in my slide the fact that currently in the climate projection area, there's simulations from CIMIP 5, there are simulations from CIMIP 6. You can argue this is just a transition thing, but the transition thing will take many years because the regional climate projections, and I had somebody send me a text privately in this chat saying they use Codex. Codex is still fed with CIMIP 5, and there's still a long way to go until Codex fed with CIMIP 6 boundary conditions will appear on a stage. So the question is, how do you support the users in this? And I'm very much in agreement with Harry Laus that C3S on their own cannot do this. I think we need to couple up, and any climate service developer for services of this scale needs to couple up with the players who have connections with the end users and who are familiar with transferring information in this way, be it about climate or not. But I still think that collaboration is necessary. A single service that will provide everything for everybody, it's a utopic idea, I would say. I'll stop here.
Can I ask one quick follow-up to that, Anke? Because I find that a really interesting idea that climate services are basically built in an infrastructure that's developed for a completely different purpose. So something you put in the chat earlier was that climate model projections are built for the MIPS, right? For CMIP 5 and CMIP 6.
Model in the comparison.
Yes.
That's the primary
comparison, exactly. So do you have any thoughts or ideas on how we might be able to? I mean, the intercomparison projects, I mean, they're massive, obviously, and they take years, and it's a huge community that does those. How could we start to interact with the people
So
that
I do. And I will have to concede first that Sylvie is right. Progress has been made. Scenario MIP in CIMIP 6 is a good example of where the attempts have been made to try and provide a data set which will tell you what will happen rather than how models respond differently to different formulations that you have to put and different simplifications you have to make in them. I know that the World Climate Research Programme has set up its new structure and its new activities, the Lighthouse activities, and they have invited people from the climate service community to take part in a setup of science plans. I know because I'm one of them. So that is moving forward. But I think a more fundamental involvement needs to be considered across the board. You, Tyrone, and I don't know where that question came from, you did send us a question earlier today, seeding the discussion by saying, the science and the technology is evolving. We are going to have higher resolution models, larger volumes of data, more purposes for which people want to use this data. How do climate services adapt? And this is a fantastic question to get me talking, because you see, and in that sentence, you made it sound like climate services have to adapt to this. I would argue climate services need to be involved further upstream so that it's not just a matter of living with the consequences of activities that happen for other reasons. It's very simple examples. You have to put tools in place to interact with the data near the source. You can no longer hope to archived a lot of data, all the data, let alone transfer it to your own computer to do your calculation. There's all sorts of small things that are already thought about, but I think the fundamental point is bear in mind the purposes and the objectives of climate services in a more fundamental place in the chain.
Thanks, Anka. I could definitely have a much longer conversation about this, and I've scribbled down 1 or 2 questions that we may come back to, but we should let all the other panel members get a chance to quickly introduce themselves before we launch into the rest of the discussion. Chiara, would you like to say something about, so you're the manager of the sectoral information system, and obviously you gave us a great presentation earlier, but maybe you could tell us about the biggest challenge that you face in the sectoral information system that people may not be aware of.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So within C3S, my role is to support operationally the translation of user needs into those products, tools, applications in different sectors. And I think in my previous presentation, I was highlighting some of those challenges, and they were mostly focused on building applications that then become finally used and permit the advancement in knowledge for our users. So maybe the challenge that I would like to mention in here is related to the variety of the needs of the users. So for example, within some sectors, certain decision makers are more interested in the climate information, whereas, I don't know, others are interested more in the impacts of climate variability and change. And often these differences within the same sector itself. And of course, this has to be a bit of one of the topics that was discussed in the chat, and I think it was Anka highlighting that's related to user fragmentation, and there was a follow-up discussion previously. And the fact that, of course, the classification of climate information by sector is now not the best solution. Because we know that there is much more in common between typology of users across a sector than across users within a sector. And of course, tailoring and addressing those different needs is for me quite a challenge. But also when we think of the impact, it is quite important for me to better understand and to define a clear boundary. So until which extent we give the information, where do we stop in order to allow that much is then developed downstream of us. And of course, so far we've maintained this pan-European view. And I'll stop here. Thanks.
Great, excellent. Thanks, Chiara. Yes, that's a really, I really like that discussion earlier about this idea of segmentation, not by sector, but by the user's actual requirements in terms of, I don't know, if they're interested in how they react to or how they make decisions based on extreme impacts and things like that. I think there's a lot to dig into there. But shall I invite, let me see who's remaining. Andre Obregon, sorry, Andre. Would you be able to tell us a little bit? You're the evaluation and quality assurance, so you prefer quality assurance to quality control. You're managing the evaluation and quality assurance for C3S. Maybe you could give us a brief introduction and tell us about the biggest challenge that you face in the quality assurance role that maybe we aren't aware of.
Yeah, many thanks, Tyron. And by the way, your sound is much better now.
Yeah, so, yes, I moved my laptop closer.
Yeah, indeed, I prefer to say quality assurance over evaluation and quality control, but that's just me. But it's a more common term, you know, so it resonates with more people. In terms of the challenges we face in quality assurance, I would say if you look at the breadth of the service offer in C3S, covering all sorts of data types, and if you also look at our diversity of the users coming from all sorts of backgrounds. And then you have the ambition to provide, standardized, homogenized quality assurance information. Then you can already guess that it's quite a challenge to do that. You see, so we are more confident to do that for, let's say, technical and scientific assessments. Also, this is a challenge itself. If you look at, the differences between seasonal forecasts and satellite data, for example. So it's difficult to have, one size fits all for all this, but we're doing our best, and we have converged on several standards already. But if you then look at the kind of user guidance we also want to provide, and this is something that goes back to what Freya, I think, said earlier, then it becomes even more difficult, and the question for me is, And it would also be nice to involve the audience to some extent in this. You know, what is expected from C3S in terms of providing this kind of guidance? How far can we actually go? Because it's obviously difficult to provide user guidance and meet all the needs of the different users. So it's hard to do that without being a consultant and engaging with the different users, the different needs. So some kind of layer in between is probably needed, something we discussed in the chat earlier as well with the marketplace and these kind of things, consultations, further consultations. So this is something that strikes me as well. So to what extent, you know, what should C3S do in terms of user guidance? Is it only really saying, you know, you can use this for this purpose and this purpose better not, or the strengths and limitations, these kind of things, should we stop there? Or really should we go further and help users to find the right data set for their particular need and these kind of things? So you see, it's a challenge, and I would be interested in thoughts about this.
Yeah, so I had one quick follow-up question on that, and maybe it's a common one, and obviously there's been a lot of discussion in the climate services field about quality assurance and standards, and clearly you described earlier that C3S are developing some really robust standards for the information on the climate data store and for the sectoral information system and so on. But C3S aren't the only provider of services and not the only provider of data. So I wonder if you had any comments to make on how we might introduce standards for the rest of the climate service field, as it were, and what role might C3S play in that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, I mean, we have not started from scratch. You see, we have, you know, built on a lot of effort, the long legacy of quality assurance projects within FP7, Horizon 2020, and so forth. So this is but we're doing it for the first time, let's say, in an operational context, offering this all to a broader community. So to some extent, I guess C3S can be seen as a role model by others, you know, for doing this. But for us, it's difficult because we are sort of pioneering this field. You see, so that's what I would have to say. Yeah, to the question.
Great. Yeah, yeah, that's it. It's always difficult when you're the one striking out in the front. Okay, well, thanks. I think that's everyone in the panel has had a chance to speak briefly. And I had one other opening question that I was going to ask them. And Anke, you've already given a bit of spoiler as to what that question is. But I was going to ask the panel about how they think that climate services are going to adapt to the increasingly rapid development of science and technology. So the example that I picked up on is that supercomputing capacity is advancing really rapidly. I mean, we can't even see exascale computing on the horizon, and the associated amount of data that will be generated through that, and all the new types of data that will be generated from all the science that will be facilitated by these incredible new machines. And of course, user demands are also rapidly shifting as people become more aware of climate services, and they have different demands for what they may need from climate services. So as a very general question, how do you see climate services adapting to these rapid changes in technology and in scientific advances? And maybe you've got some examples from C3S about how you're adapting to these changes that are on the horizon. Is there anyone on the panel who would like to start with a comment on that? Or shall I pick on someone?
No, I can start. I think it's coming back to my previous question. So I think at the very bottom of everything is the infrastructure that we are putting in place. So we need to offer the computing capacity and the required resources in order to manage and to move all this data and to accommodate all these models and everything. So I think in this is key. The cloud computing, I think, is taking more and more relevance on this, because it's the way to allow people to take resources to do additional computation or to do things closer to the data in order to create the outputs that they are looking for. So this is what we are aiming to do. We already have all the infrastructure deployed on the cloud, but we need to make a stronger synergies with other platforms as Wikio, in which we are quite involved. So this is where we are pointing to be next. Sorry, I forgot my second point, but
that's okay.
Sorry.
I see Freya has got her hand up. Freya, would you like to make a comment?
Well, so I want to make a comment which kind of relates a little bit to what's going on in the chat as well, and also the comment by Anka on CMIP, on the CMIP cycle and things not being fundamentally kind of constitute for climate services or whatever. And I think for me, this is also where you have the difference between research and development and operational activity. And I think what you kind of have to do for sanity, if not for anything else, is to kind of accept that an operational activity becomes outdated from the moment it starts. So it's a very similar activity to the ECMWF weather model. That there is a cycle of that model, and that model cycle is used for a certain time. At the same time, there's model development going on, and at some point you make a cut and say, from this moment onward, we use the best we have, which is well documented and for which we can kind of stand behind. And I think in climate services, there are different actors. You will also have actors that work on a more ad hoc, specific client project basis, where that doesn't work. But I think for this kind of overarching, where I think C3S has a role, and that also goes into what Harry Lowes is writing in the chat, is how can we maybe have a standardized set of something that can be provided, which is operational in the sense that it's the state of the art at the time it's released, and is then state of the art operational for X amount of time, whilst at the same time there's dedicated activities on the side to make sure that the next time the operational cycle, so to say, is updated, it remains state of the art, but there's a bigger package that goes with operations than just new data. It's also knowledge and understanding of the data and what you can do with it, etc., etc.
Thanks, Ray. I think that's a really useful analogy. I think we often use weather services and operational weather services as an analogy for what a service might look like. And another topic that came up when we were discussing this before was the idea of what does operational mean in terms of climate change and climate modeling, and this kind of gets back to the CMIP cycle as well. So I wonder if anyone on the panel might want to comment on this idea of what does operational mean for a climate service whenever we're dealing with climate projections that might only be updated every 6 or 7 years whenever the intercomparison projects finish their cycle. Would anyone like to comment on that? Anka, I think you've got your hand up.
Yes, in several ways. Maybe less the last part of Taran's question, but also following up from Freya, the idea that we create some we do some analysis and we come up with some conclusion, which by the time it's published may actually be out of date. I think the way to progress is tools, building applications, tools, methods that we put in the hands of the users to do this assessment in an intelligent way. It's not easy to evaluate things with classical methods using the amount of data we're talking about. But I think this is the challenge, to try and to enable the users to make these decisions themselves and to repeat them without much extra effort every time they need to do this. And I can't remember the last part of your question, Tyron. I don't know if I can. Oh yes, you were saying about the projections being updated only infrequently. We live with what we live. We have the initialized predictions, which happen, are initialized and are what's the word, updated more frequently. Once a year, you have time horizons of 10, 15 years treated and updated every year. It is the timescales on which events that might change things significantly may occur, especially as climate variability plays a role there. So I think that's one thing. Remember, though, also that when the CMIP data is finally, CMIP in particular, but climate projections are given to users, often the evaluation isn't complete. So there will be changes in the data that's available for deriving this basic information from throughout the lifetime of one of the NIPs, one of the cycles. So I think I don't see that it's necessary that these things are done more frequently and they need to be put on a better footing. I think it's just trying to complement and to pull together the threads and the various activities to try and achieve some continuity of information and some continued relevance of the information we provide to users.
Thanks, Anke. I'm just trying to keep up to date with the chat box as well while you were speaking, and I see Haraleus has made several comments. I wonder if maybe we could bring Haraleus in. Would you like to come on, Haraleus, and maybe you've written an example in the chat. Client asks user to pick a subset of models for global applications. Maybe you could come on. Would you like to vocalize that question for the panel?
Yes, sure. I mean, we promote the use of the projections, and we get, as any other service provider, we get specific questions about how to use them. So our policy is always to refer to something that has been published or has been already addressed by the scientific community, not to make the decisions ourselves. So for example, in using subsets of models, because consultants or other organizations don't want to use all the available projections to evaluate uncertainty, they ask for a few models to use, that would cover the uncertainty. And here we go in this huge, issue about model selection and so on, that, it's quite an issue scientifically and also practically. So in that case, for example, what we have been doing is to refer to the EasyMIP selection of models. And because they are referenced, because they produced impact studies that are used for the IPCC, and also so in order to have something that is authoritative. But this is not necessarily the best answer, because EasyMIP, for example, had other constraints as data availability, because they had to generate their own stream of data and for their impact studies. So this optimal selection of 4 or 5 models might be the right one at some point in time, but not the right one after a few months. So C3S don't necessarily has to do everything, but could centralize typical guidance of those type of issues and address them. I know it's not easy. I know it depends on many things, but the reality is that as providers, we need those references.
Thanks, Haraleus. I think that's a challenge to our colleagues at C3S. Does anyone?
I have an easy but cheap example to give. We are preparing and organizing a webinar in which we are going to discuss the issues of overlaps for CMIP 6, CMIP 5, and the various purposes. It's a byproduct of our current work on the regional climate projections. Robert Votar and Eric Kellstrom are preparing this material, and we will advertise in good time the event. But that's just a small drop in.
Yeah, and also I wanted, if I may add, I also agree with Rasmus. This is back-end cuisine that the user doesn't necessarily needs to know, and this is something the community of the providers with C3S could address. We don't have to explain all this to the user, but if we can at least, as a community of users, make those choices. And they can be evolving, it can be a discussion, but to have a common answer to that instead of figuring out each one, for his own, the right answer. So
I would say that there isn't a common answer necessarily.
No,
not
but
all sectors have the same best choice.
Provide guidance on how to make the right answer on that also. I mean, the question is how to address this. It doesn't have to be something, which is transparent to the user because he doesn't care, but at least we have, the scientific background to make those choices. And this also, just to finish, also relate to the issue of standardization, of certification, about, you know, to provide this type of information. It's also related to these issues, in my opinion.
Thanks, Haralais. Yes, that's exactly was my thought as you were speaking there. That this brings us back again to the idea of standardization and standards for climate services. We're just about out of time for this discussion, unfortunately, and I see there's been a lot more discussion in the chat as well. But I expect that we might see the people from the other breakout, pardon me, the other parallel session coming back in any second. But maybe I'll just check and see if there are any quick questions that we could deal with while we're waiting for people to come back into this room. I see Sylvie Jassoum has been putting some comments in. Sylvie, I don't know if you're there. Would you like to come on quickly and make your comment?
I'm there. I think there is, it raises quite interesting questions, and that there is indeed a need of interactions between the climate services and the climate modeling communities. It's just that I think we cannot throw away like this just by saying that CMIP is not, cannot just be used for, or not really meant for climate services. I think the question is much more complex. There are added values of using CMIP because you have a large range of models, not just one model. I would really not like to have a climate service just using one climate model, because I would know this is not good. So we need a range of models. We need a range of simulations, not just one run. And we need well-evaluated models, well-understanding mechanism behind. So for me, this is brought by CMIP. It doesn't mean that it fills all the requests by the climate services, but at least there is a strong added value of this ensemble. So we have to discuss what is really needed and weight all the different elements. And then the other aspect is when we do CMIP with the climate modeling groups, we fix a reference version. So we have what Freya was mentioning, we freeze a version. This version is the version which is used for all the MIP runs. So we do a kind of operationalization already. So we should take more care about this division, operational and CMIP and all that. And we have to look more carefully at what is really needed in terms of good quality information. So I agree that it's not that easy to have both CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, but there are added values of those ensembles. And we should not just say there are not at all for climate services. It's more complex, that's my feeling. But I would be very interesting topics that we should continue discussing.
Yes, definitely. I feel like that's yet another topic we could speak at length for. Thank you, Sylvie. We definitely shouldn't be seeing the two aims of climate services and model development as adversarial in any way. And I see that the people are coming back into this meeting room from the other parallel sessions. So I think I am handing over to possibly Stacey New, who's going to run a quick poll for us before we go into the closing statements. Stacey, is that correct?
So Stacey's coming from the other room. So although people are coming back, I'm not sure whether Stacey's back with us yet.
I'm back, yeah.
Ah, fantastic, well done.
Great, thanks, Stacey. So I think you were going to run a quick poll or explain to people how they can give us some feedback on the Webstival before we go into the closing session from Chris.
Yes, hopefully you can see my Menti screen. So as always, we have a Menti poll just to see what you think of our Webstival and to see how much you've enjoyed it. So could you please go to www.menti.com? So you can do this on your browser or your phone, and you just need to enter the code 3373697, and that will give you access to our Menti poll. That's the code 3373697, and you will vote. You can put in which your favorite session has been and how useful you found the Webstival today. So thank you for filling that one in for us. And I hope you've enjoyed the Webstival.
Okay, great. Thanks, Stacey. So I think Lola, you are going to introduce our final speaker for the day, the final countdown. Lola, are you there? Or shall I do a quick
Yes, I'm here. I'm typing the words. Which session was your highlight? I mean, all of, yeah, I'm working on Menti. I mean, for the statistic, yes, I'm here.
Lots of screens.
I'm here. Yeah, I've done. Yeah. Yeah. So you ask me to start final countdown, or what is the idea? So Chris, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
For the
Hi,
final
Lola.
countdown. I mean, in Germany, we have a nice word or a nice phrase, ein lachendes und ein weinendes Auge. So one Auge with a tear and another Auge with a smile. So it's my impression after all 5 years of festivals in Greece. So I give floor to you to say what you are thinking about the Climate Europe Festival.
Thank you very much. Rather fascinatingly, my internet has just started playing up. One of the challenges of virtual meetings. I hope you can hear me okay and that I don't sound like a robot. But if I do, we're going to try backup plans. I will try and use my mobile phone, but hopefully this will work and we're nearly at the end. So thank you all. It's been absolutely excellent. I guess I'm trying to do two things here. One is to talk about Webstivals and also to talk about Climate Europe now that we're at the end. Here we go. So we've got a few slides just to run through here. So I'm not sure if Lola said this, but I'm Chris Hewitt. I'm at the UK Met Office. So I've been rather grandly titled the Climate Europe Head Chef. Thank you for the team for that fascinating title. I've had various other titles over the years with Climate Europe, but I do like that one. I'm also the head of international climate services at the UK Met Office. And yes, like many of you, I've been involved in this Climate Europe project for a very long time. I guess Carlo mentioned at the beginning the meeting at Imperial College. That may have been 7 years ago. I've not checked my diary, but it was 6 or 7 years ago. So this project and the people we've been working with on it have been together for a very long time. But yeah, this next slide is good. Next slide, Stacey. But it's not just about the partners in this project. So we have a very good set of partners in the project. But back 7 years ago, maybe even longer ago, the European Commission had this diagram. Andrea Tilke, who many of you may remember from the European Commission, and colleagues used to show this diagram, which illustrates the complicated landscape that existed back then. And the landscape has perhaps become more complicated. But the idea then, the European Commission were very keen to coordinate these different activities better, not to fully coordinate them, but to try and bring them together in a more coordinated way. Next slide, please. So we then formed a consortium, the Climate Europe Consortium, and the project started just over 5 years ago. And the main idea right at the beginning was to bring those different activities together as best as we could and to facilitate a network of relevant climate service actors, primarily across Europe, but also beyond Europe, as we'll see in a minute. So we weren't doing new things, we were building upon these existing activities, so including the Copernicus Climate Change Service. So as Carlos said, the C3S team have been involved right from day one, which has been fantastic. The JPI Climate and then the ERANET for Climate Services that appeared later. ENES, you probably heard about several of these things during some of the sessions and the parallel sessions. So we formed a consortium to bring these different activities together the best as we could, and then also undertook some activities to engage wider. So all of this was aligned to the European Roadmap for Climate Services that was being developed back then. And over these last 5 years, there's some words here saying what I think we have successfully done. So we've identified new challenges and some emerging needs for Earth system modeling and climate services, and been trying to enhance communication and dissemination around the different climate service actors. And so these festivals and Webstivals have been one of the perhaps big success stories from the project. But sadly, it is finishing. It finishes, I guess, formally at the end of this week, so at the end of January. So next slide, please.
So what have we done? Just a few quick words here. So we've produced some reports. Some of these we've heard about today, I think. So there are reports available. Climate Europe produced a publication series. There are 3 publications in this series. I presume these slides were made available, so feel free to type those words into Google and hopefully you'll find those reports. So the first one was, if you wouldn't mind going back, thank you. The first one was European Earth System Modelling for Climate Services. The second one we then updated based on new activities and then included progress on integrating climate services and Earth System Modelling. And then the third one last year was an update matching new demands of climate services. So next slide, please. In addition to these, we then produced some policy briefings. We have another one just coming out shortly. So produce documents that are sort of more widely used for people involved in these briefings. And there's a code there that you can copy to look at these briefings. Next one, please. And I can't remember which session it was in, but this has been mentioned in either the parallel session or the main plenary. So also we were asked to provide recommendations from the community for the European Commission primarily for their Horizon Europe activities, but provide recommendations around needs for research needs for climate modelling and Earth system modelling and climate services. Next one, please. So we're at a Webstival here. So the original plans 6 or 7 years ago was to have a series of festivals. So these were face-to-face events where we were bringing the community together to share experience and knowledge, discuss climate services, highlight successful climate services, and importantly to have networking. And we ran 2 of these face-to-face festivals. Some of you were involved in these. I'm looking at the audience list, quite a few of you weren't. So the community has evolved, which is good. First one in Valencia and the second one in Belgrade. And the very small pictures down there show some of the different activities that we undertook in those festivals, and we've tried to maintain those carrying forward. So we were supposed to have a final one in Riga last year, but obviously the COVID pandemic stopped us doing that. So I think if you click. So instead we've held these series of Webstivals, so web-based festivals, and we've tried very hard to still meet those bullet points in blue to try and create an environment where we can bring together the different people and share experience, etc., and do networking. We've had a range of activities, so you've seen some of them here, but we've had a range of approaches like talks, panel discussions, speed networking, quizzes. We had a pub quiz today. That was fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed the pub quiz. I have to admit, I did not do very well, which I'll blame on my internet connection. Competitions, art, music, food and drink. So in the early face-to-face festivals, we actually sampled local food and drink and got to hear presentations from people involved, the local community, about the impact of climate on their businesses. So that was fascinating. Obviously with the Webstivals, you've all had to bring your own food and drink. Sorry about that. Scribing, people drawing meetings, polls, you've witnessed that. We did some site visits, went to a vineyard and went to a nature reserve and had some very interesting discussions and talks, which really put the climate service landscape into perspective when you're actually there in these places, hearing from people who are impacted by climate. Had games, whiteboards, and hopefully we had a lot of fun as well. So we carry these on with these Webstivals, and this is now the last Webstival. Next slide, please. Bex, who's produced these very creative menu boards, also produced this slide here showing the attendees from Webstivals 1 to 4 in terms of their logos. Very well done, Bex. This is fascinating, with a distribution of where they are around Europe, and then rather subtly, some of these are actually beyond Europe as well. So we've had people joining from all over the world. Actually, the furthest I think has been Australia. I don't know if anyone's from Australia on this call, but we have had people from Australia join, Africa, Asia, and it's been brilliant. And Bex put out a plea earlier to please send in your logos if you haven't got this. Bex, did you want to quickly jump in here? Please do.
Yes, I was just going to say, please do email me your logo if it's not represented here. The left-hand one is obviously based on a map around Europe. I'm equally willing to hear if I haven't quite got it right, but I've done my best. And the right-hand one is a replication in roughly alphabetical order. So if you're not represented, please do email me. I'll put my address in the chat. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Very good. Next slide, please. So we've also given some thoughts since the project is ending to how we can sustain some of the successful activities that we've done. And it is a project, Climate Europe, so projects do come to an end. So this is an obvious problem with projects as to how you sustain the work. So the website will be maintained by TMCC. Thank you very much to them. So the materials that I showed earlier, the reports and policy briefs and other things are on the website. So the website will stay for quite a long period. So that's fantastic news, but it will be static, obviously, once the project finishes. So it'll be a resource of the information we produce. A LinkedIn community, so that can be maintained. So that's up to all of us to use that community there. So if you're not involved, please look us up on LinkedIn. So then the other side, on the left-hand side, is the question marks. So these Webstivals, we didn't plan to do them, if we're honest, and COVID forced us to do them. And the feedback we've had, and also our experiences of taking part, is that they've actually been really successful. They are a lot of hard work to organise, but then face-to-face meetings are hard work as well. And obviously there's time saved with Webstivals of not having to travel. So it's an unanswered question. That's we feel there is a need, and people feel a need to have these Webstivals, but we don't have a solution to how to continue them. So if people do have ideas, then please let us know. But we're very keen to see these Webstivals continue. And similarly, other ways of doing regular networking events. So there could be events at scientific conferences, for example. At the moment, of course, they're all virtual as well, but hopefully at some point they'll be face-to-face. Industry events. So are there opportunities to actually network at other events? So not to create something new, but to take advantage of existing events and do some networking there. Final slide, please, I think. So the team, Met Office team, did also quickly put out a request to see if people wanted to share any of their highlights over the past 5 years. So it's probably an opportunity for some people to open their mics here. So for example, Jeanette, would you like to articulate your highlights, if you don't mind?
I was really surprised by the large number of people that subscribed to the webinar on visualization. And I really had the idea that there was a large interest, and it would be really nice to continue with these kind of webinars on subjects like that. And also during the parallel session, we experienced that there is a lot to discuss about communication, user engagement, visualization. So that's what I liked, really.
Thank you. My internet is definitely playing up. If you can still hear me, Natalie.
Hello.
I should quickly introduce you. So Natalie was involved right at the beginning in Climate Europe. She joined the Met Office, and day one in the Met Office, I met her at Exeter Airport so we could go to the, I think it was the Climate Europe kickoff meeting in France. So Natalie is an old friend. Welcome back, Natalie.
Hi, Chris. So yes, for me, creating and being part of this fantastic network has been a massive highlight for me. I was reminiscing that my first day at the Met Office was flying to Paris for the kickoff meeting with Chris and Paula. It doesn't seem like it can have been 5 years ago, but here we are.
Yeah. Thank you. Lola?
I'm here. I'm struggling with the buttons. Yeah, so my highlight forever is on Webstivals, festivals.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. So I think we're done, at least to my opinion. Yeah. Hello?
We can hear you, Chris, but you can't seem to hear us.
I'll put something in.
We should do last mile without Chris, but it's impossible. So last mile without Chris here, the coordinator of the project, it's unbelievable.
I think you should carry on talking for now, Lola.
Yeah.
I think she might have just said something very nice about me, but I couldn't hear her. That was very, very frustrating. I'm going to say thank you, but I'm not quite sure what you said. Anyway, I think